All right, good morning, everybody. I'm going to call to order this meeting of the Board of Supervisors. Let the record reflect that all members of the board are present. I'm going to ask if there's any additions or corrections to our closed session agenda.
No additions or corrections, Chair.
All right, given that, is there any member of the public who wishes to speak to any of the items on our closed session agenda this morning? I'm going to go to folks in the room first. Seeing nobody in the room, we'll go to Zoom. We invite folks to use the raise hand function *9 via landline in order to be recognized. We do see one hand up via Zoom at this time, so we'll go ahead and go to Zoom. You'll have 2 minutes to share your comments with the board.
Phone number ending in 902.
902.
Good morning. My name is Nina Beatty. CAO Sonia De La Rosa is on your agenda for a performance evaluation. She was faced with a disaster on January 16th, mostly not of her making. She didn't create it. She didn't make most of the decisions that got us into this mess. It was caused by bad choices and bad policies of predecessors and the programs they put in place, rubber stamped by county staff, the Planning Commission, and even the Board of Supervisors. People were hired without the necessary work background for the positions they were in to adequately respond to situations that could arise in the county, and no protective measures were put in place. The Vistra Energy fire has exposed many of these flaws and the lack of preparedness and deplorable decision-making. There were not even hydrogen fluoride monitors purchased, and this disaster could alter the entire course of the county. How the county goes forward is on Ms. De La Rosa. To date, this disaster has been handled poorly. This meeting, the Board of Supervisors meeting today and the Board of Supervisors meeting last week, does not have a scheduled update on the disaster. Why not? The public's data, even San Jose State data, has been minimized by staff. The county acts to understate, to bury what's going on. There are many other decisions going on in the county, past and present, including the COVID vaccine mandate on employees and the COVID policies, including denying treatment to people that medical professionals and researchers have shown were effective and safe. Again, those are past policies, but instead of policies from Washington and Sacramento mindlessly following them as if they are sacred, without critical thinking that we pay staff for, these policies need to change. And there are many others. The cronyism in the county has been ongoing probably since the beginning when the county was formed, and that needs to change. So in your evaluation of Ms. De La Rosa this morning, I ask the board to do critical thinking about her position and how you want her to go forward.
We're at time. Thank you very much. We appreciate your comment. Anybody else via Zoom? All right, seeing no other hands, we're going to go ahead and close public comment on our closed session items, and we're going to recess to closed session, reconvening here in chambers at 10:30 a.m. Thank you.
Kenya, can you hear me okay? This is Valerie. Kenya? Kenya?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, can you hear me? Sorry about that.
That's okay. I can hear you perfectly. I just wanted to make sure.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah. And then did you get the chair's agenda? So you know when the chair calls for you, you just make that announcement that I sent over to you?
Yes, I got that. And just to be clear, it would happen right now at 10:30 or at the beginning of it?
Yeah, we start at 10:30. And so on the chair's agenda, that is starting on page 2. And then
Okay.
he'll reconvene the meeting, he'll do roll call, and then he'll ask for the announcement of the Spanish interpreter. And then that's when you would unmute yourself and give that announcement in Spanish to everybody.
Perfect. So at the beginning of the session.
Yes.
So 10:30ish.
Correct.
Perfect. And then it goes on till whenever.
Yes.
I was told around 12 or so.
Correct. And then,
which is fine.
and then we'll take a break, and then if you can come back at 1:15, and we'll do this. We'll do the same thing. He'll start the meeting, do roll call, and then ask for the Spanish interpreter.
Okay, and that will happen 1:30, not 1:15, correct? Like it officially starts at 1:30.
Correct. Correct.
Okay, that's perfect. I just want to make sure.
Okay. No, thank you.
I have a quick question though. Reading the cards, one of them is directly asking the Spanish speakers to speak slowly, etc., in order to allow time for interpretation. But the other one, it says that if you're planning on making a comment, etc., that you need our services, please come and see me
I would
so I can explain the process.
Yeah, I would read the
So
other
obviously not that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Because I'm like, I'm sure. There's no way.
You're
Okay.
spot on.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, thank you so much.
Perfect.
Okay.
Also, I'm gonna log on with another device. Just I want to be safe because this one might be faulty sometimes for the sound.
Okay.
So just so you know, I'm gonna be there twice.
Okay, perfect. Sounds good. Thank you so much. And on the other one, if you can let me know the email or the Anna just walked in. Guess who walked in?
Greg just wanted to come and say hi to Valerie.
Oh, you're so good.
That's my boss.
Yeah. If you could just give me your other device info so I could promote you to a panelist, so that way you're not having to ask to unmute.
Okay. The other device. So when you see me come up.
Yeah, I can promote you to from the attendees. Let me do it that way.
I'm sorry. One more time.
I said once you sign in with the other device, if I'll promote you from the attendees to a panelist.
Okay, yeah, perfect. So then it shows up with my name.
Yep.
I'll make sure it does that, and then just to be there,
Correct.
present with both. Excellent.
You got
Thank
it.
you so much. I appreciate
thank
it.
you. Okay.
I'll be here. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
on our closed session this morning. So coming back, we're going to go ahead and reconvene the Board of Supervisors. Let the record reflect that all members of the board are present today, with Supervisor Church and Supervisor Daniels joining us shortly. At this point, I'm going to turn to our interpreter, Kenya Cobos, and see if she doesn't mind giving us the announcement of the interpreter.
Morning, don't mind at all, thank you. Con el fin de interpretar claramente su comentario público, por favor, hable lenta y lo suficientemente fuerte para que yo le escuche. Haga pausas por favor al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que yo tenga la oportunidad de interpretar antes de seguir adelante y por favor no interrumpa mientras estoy hablando. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, then with that, we're going to do the pledge. I'm going to see if our county council doesn't mind leading us this morning.
Please join me in the pledge. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, any additions or corrections?
There are, and that is to remove item number 20 under consent calendar for criminal justice, and that's at the department's request, and it will be moved to a further meeting date. In addition, also to remove item number 21 under consent calendar criminal justice. Per the department's request, this item is to be moved to a further meeting date. And lastly, to adjourn in memory of Butch Cronlund. And that's it. Thank you.
All right. Given those changes, we'll proceed. Next up is our ceremonial resolutions. We have two this morning, items 2 and 3. Is there a member of this board who wishes to pull or comment on either of these? Okay. Got a motion. Is there a second? Second. Got a motion from Askew, second from Alejo. I'll turn and see if there's any public comment on these ceremonial resolutions. See nobody coming forward in room, no hands up via Zoom. We'll close public comment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion carries unanimously. I'm going to come on down to do one presentation to Roy Guzman upon his retirement. I don't know what you have against 30 years, but that's the closest I've ever seen somebody come without actually crossing the line. 29 years and 11 months. Roy was with the County of Monterey. We appreciate your service, Roy. I asked some of your coworkers who you were, and they said he was tough but fair and engaged the community and told them if you engage and connect with us, we'll meet you. We'll help you do the work set out before you. I think that's the style of leadership, by showing up and doing the work every single day that your colleagues saw you perform, that mattered to the residents of Monterey County. There was a particular paragraph that stood out to me, and I want to hold this up, and it's, Roy Guzman continually supported his coworkers by assisting with their caseloads to provide critical barrier removal and employment services during unplanned leaves of absence and vacancies resulting from promotions and retirements, and was always the first to offer his time, experience, and support to his peers, supervisors, and customers who sought his guidance and were inspired by his knowledge, patience, and understanding of their stories and lived experience and perseverance. I understand that comes from a place of your own story and your own journey, and being able to pass that on to every single client of Monterey County, making sure that you put them on a better path. Your 29 years have left an impact on the residents of Monterey County, and we, the board today, stop our business to thank you for your 29 years and 11 months of service to our residents. Roy, thank you for all you've given the residents of Monterey County.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. It was kind of a surprise to me, but it was a rewarding career with a lot of patience, empathy, and a lot of work. So I thank all of you for doing a great job assisting the city of Salinas, Monterey County. You guys are doing a great job. I'd like to thank Joe and our new director. Yeah, thank you, everybody.
Let's get some of them up here. Come on up here. Don't hide.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. If I can just say a few words about Roy's service. 30 years. Well, let's call it 30, Roy. I mean, come on. We can't even imagine what Roy's experience in employment services and the support he's provided over 30 years, the number of families he's positively influenced. Every day we're working with families who their dreams haven't been realized. And, they've fallen on hard times, and sometimes it's very hard to see their dreams clearly. And Roy is someone who helps them kind of put the pieces of that dream back together and to live it. And he's been doing that for a long time. Back when we were doing paper cases, and I just talking to him about using a typewriter and everything else, and all the changes he's gone through, and technology alone over 30 years is just remarkable. I want to say that having started my journey 11 years ago, Roy was one of the first people that welcomed me to the county and county service. He was super friendly, made me feel like I was a part of the team. And I want to say that, when Roy retired in December, and we got very busy in December. And normally after end of 30 years, you think it's time to put your pack down and let others carry the weight. Roy was working literally till the last minute of his last day of work on a large caseload. And I just want to say commitment like that is hard to come by. And Roy, you're never going to be able to be replaced. But the families that you've helped, many of which are county employees, will carry on your legacy for years to come. So thank you for your service, Roy.
Roy, we were just talking earlier today before the meeting began how our careers now have overlapped by a grand total of 2 weeks. But as we continue on, and you do as well, the county administration and the Board of Supervisors would also like to present you with this coin token, just for you to remember and for us to honor your service. So thank you. And with that, I think I'd like to invite your family to come up too, and we can have a picture as well.
With that, I'll hand you this. I promise I'm not going to keep it. The other thing your coworker said was always you were a sharp-dressed man. They always knew you were in the room. So I just wanted to share that too.
All right.
Next up on our agenda, we have our appointments. Is there a member of this board who wishes to pull for comment or question any of our appointments? Seeing and hearing none, we'll go to the public. Any public comment or questions on appointments this morning? I do see someone coming forward.
Monterey County resident, and I want to comment about the appointment for the Historic Resources Commission. That person has, according to the CGL, last year, she met the bare minimum for attending, and she's the vice chair on that committee. And also, she didn't meet any requirement for training. So when the other members did, some of them had, 6 hours of training. And I don't think that just because somebody's been on a board for a long time, but they don't go to the meetings and they don't do the training, they should just be automatically reappointed. Doesn't seem right to me.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else on appointments? Hearing none, we'll close public comment, bring it back. Motion to approve appointments. I'll move them. Second. All right. Got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Motion carries. All right. Next up, we have consent. 17 through 34 are items on consent today. Is there a member of this board who wishes to pull an item from consent for comment or alternative action? All right, not hearing any, we'll go out to the public, see if there's any members of the public who wish to remove an item from consent for comment or question. See nobody in room.
I'll move approval with 20 and 21.
And no hands up via Zoom with the clarifications made at additions and corrections. Supervisor Alejo has the motion. Is there a second? Got a second from Askew. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Now we'll go to general public comment, an opportunity for the public to share comments regarding items not on today's agenda, but within the purview of this body. We'll give each member of the public 2 minutes, invite folks to come forward in the room first, and then we'll go to Zoom, invite folks on Zoom to use the raise hand function, *9 via landline in order to be recognized. We'll start at the dais now. Come forward, please.
Monterey community. I just want to bring up a couple things that are up in the community, especially with the Vanguard building that was almost done constructed. So they're almost done with it. There's a couple of exits that they're using. They're supposed to be emergency exits only on Schaumburg Avenue. Per the documentation provided to us by Mr. Alejo, those are not supposed to be used unless it's an emergency. The actual entrance and exit shall be on Alisal Road. It's not happening. They're doing this every day, and we need it to stop. We need them to follow the protocol that was in the building assessment information given to us. On the other hand, Mr. Bengard has another entrance and exit that was open once they built Schaumburg Road that he opened, and I don't know whose permission he got to do it, which is on Freedom Parkway. We want it closed. It is making a mess all over the road, and it's getting the park dirty. And the bike lanes are filthy. I've sent this information to you, Mr. Alejo, several times and got no response from you. So I need to have a meeting with you in person. No more Zoom meetings. No more meetings like that. We need to see you in person with our people. I know you did go to one, I missed it at a prior appointment. I would like to sit down with you and talk to you about these issues. Third thing, is anybody talking to agriculture about these residents that have been living here forever and there's no housing provided for them? The farm workers, what are we doing for them? You know, they've been here a couple hundred years now, I'm sure, before any of us, and we're not doing anything. We need to protect these wonderful people that make everybody here a lot of money. A lot of money. Thank you guys. Have a great day.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room?
Okay, I'm Eloise Shim again, and I just want to follow up about the Historic Resources Board. There are 3 buildings in Chinatown and one of them is on the National Historic Resources list, and none of them are on the county list, and none of them have been reviewed. So they're on Soledad Street, and they have their 20th century buildings that should be on the County Historic Resources Board, and there hasn't been any mention of them, and they've been badly in Chinatown. They've been badly neglected. There's one that's going to be rebuilt, but it's just in so much disrepair. It has to be rebuilt. It can't be rehabilitated. So it's just been in disrepair since 1980, just sitting there vacant and having it be burned and other things. So I think that the Historic Resources Commission, you know, they have all their Mills Act, 15 things for Pebble Beach and all in Monterey, these expensive things, but nothing for Chinatown and Salinas, which has a history going back to 1900, which I have been researching for over 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Okay, see no one in the room, we'll go to Zoom.
Phone number ending in 705.
7-0.
Yes, good morning, Supervisors. Lorna Moffett here. Albert Einstein said our task is to free ourselves by widening our circle of compassion to embrace all living creatures and the whole of nature and its beauty. The great Pythagoras, who brought math and the pie theory, philosophy, and was the father of a vegan diet, prophesied 2,500 years ago that if human beings enslaved and consumed animals, we would never attain the spiritual wisdom to free ourselves. It astounds me that I can tell people about the horrendous suffering animals must endure for their meat-based diets and slaughter plants. And yet, people will gorge themselves on them and lament when their own homes and families are annihilated by global warming events, in part fueled by a meat-based diet and wars. Science is taking us further away from our truly magical, intuitive selves, separating us from our spiritual connection with Mother Earth and all manner of living entities that share this planet with us. We have forgotten Mother Earth is alive, and that will destroy us. Now we have two masters, Elon Musk and Trump, and the havoc they reap is already leaving Congress a deleted entity, unable to stop their rampage on all compassionate programs. Was Pythagoras right after all? Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Phone number ending in 902.
902?
Good morning. My name is Nina Beatty. First, I'd like to again state that last week, and at this Board of Supervisors meeting, there's no scheduled update on the Moss Landing fire or the situation with testing, including the testing that San Jose State University did. I don't understand this. This is a disaster that's happened to our area, and the public needs to have access to information, and they need their representatives to be transparent about what's going on. They also need their leaders to show concern for what their constituents are going through. And by having no update, it's as if this never happened. We got smoke in Monterey, they got smoke in Santa Cruz County, and the fallout is everywhere. I see things in the news media, in press releases that downplay what the residents are bringing forward, the data that they're bringing forward. And again, this is unconscionable. And before the Coastal Commission this week, the Harbor District has a plan to dredge the harbor just when they need to leave everything in sight so that sampling can be conducted. That dredging cannot occur. Secondly, California state parks are doing clearing and burning of vegetation right now, which adds to the smoke impact to everyone. I know it's Forest of Nicene Marks in Santa Cruz County that's taking place, and these initiatives, including local initiatives, are based on will increase fire danger because they're increasing wind. When you limb up trees, when you clear vegetation, when you thin trees, you create avenues for wind. And I would think that our fire officials had learned from the Los Angeles fires that wind is a primary source of exacerbating and actually creating fire.
Thank you. I appreciate your comment.
I would like this to
We're over time. Thank you.
Change.
Next speaker, please. All right. No more speakers. We're going to go ahead and close public comment and bring it back. Yes, Mr. Alejo.
A point of personal privilege, since I was called out earlier.
Granted.
I did want to just tell my constituent, Jose Guerra, and everybody here, I did meet with them already in person. I do take every phone call, every text. He has the same complaint about the farm worker housing project that he disagrees with. I support it. And I think the conditions about the entrance, and I've told them this, that it applies once the construction is completed. It's not completed yet. It's almost there. But I do hear you, and I'll make sure that once it's completed, that Vanguard apply by the conditions that were set by the Planning Commission on it. But So I just want to let people know I do respond to every text. He has my direct cell. I think he calls me more than any other constituent in the district directly, and I do always respond to him. We're not going to meet about the same issue every time, but I do now respond to every call, every text that he does send me, including the time for the meeting this morning, which was at 10:30, as I told him.
All right, at this time, we're going to go to item 8, which is to receive a presentation on the Community Assistance Recovery and Empowerment Program, which is the CARE Act. For that, we're going to turn it over to Melanie Rhodes and her team from Behavioral Health.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Lopez and members of the board. I am Melanie Rhodes, the Interim Behavioral Health Bureau Chief, and with me today is Fabricio Chombo, our Assistant Behavioral Health Work Out of Class Bureau Chief. And we are here today at the request of Supervisor Alejo and the board to provide an overview of the CARE Act and summarize the collaborative planning efforts that have led up to the December 1st, 2024 program launch in our county. I want to start by just saying and acknowledging that it has truly been a collaborative effort, and I want to acknowledge specifically the leadership of Judge Culver, who extends her regards to the board and apologizes that she's not able to be here to join us today. We do have also Deputy County Counsel Christy McDonald, who is present here in chambers and is available to answer any legal questions the board may have regarding the CARE Act. So to prepare for our go live, December 1st, 2024, Judge Culver convened a planning committee, and we had ad hoc work groups. We had a lot of planning efforts leading up to a mock trial in November of 2024. Our planning committee included several key partners, including the court, self-help center, county council, behavioral health, public defender's office, district attorney, and our public guardian conservator. We also had Health Management Associates, which is the Department of Healthcare Services contracted provider for training and technical assistance and data collection and reporting support for counties across the state, and they have been a key resource for our committee as well. The committee has continued to engage a variety of stakeholders and provide information and presentations on care, including but not limited to our hospitals, the Monterey County Chief Law Enforcement Officers Association, Social Services, the District Attorney's Multicultural Community Council, the Monterey County Bar Association, our own Behavioral Health Commission, and our internal behavioral health staff and contracted providers, as well as staff with the Public Guardian's Office, and to include outreach specifically to NAMI and those with lived experience and their families. And last night, actually, we opened it up to the community and had a Zoom presentation yesterday evening. So our work continues in this area to get information out about care. The county did receive a little bit of funding to start up care and for some of the implementation costs. And the court received separate funding for their startup costs. So the funding that we received up there went specifically to support the efforts of Behavioral Health County Council and the public defender on those allowable care planning activities that you see up there. So for a bit of context setting, what is CARE? Well, back in September of 2022, Governor Newsom approved Senate Bill 1338, which established the Community Assistance, Recovery, and Empowerment Act to provide community-based behavioral health services and supports to Californians living with schizophrenia spectrum or other psychotic disorders who meet certain eligibility criteria. The CARE Act was implemented statewide in 2 cohorts. Cohort 1 began in October 2023 and included 7 counties. Monterey was part of Cohort 2, which went live December 1st, 2024. There were also 3 counties who were a part of Cohort 2 that elected to implement early as well. So CARE really creates a new pathway via a civil court process to deliver mental health treatment and support services to eligible individuals who are 18 and over with untreated schizophrenia spectrum who are not currently stabilized in treatment. So in looking at where CARE fits in terms of the continuum of care, we have voluntary outpatient treatment, outpatient services in our clinics that are operating around the county, and then we have a civil court process of LPS conservatorship, which is really that court-supervised involuntary treatment for individuals who have difficulty stabilizing in the community and are gravely disabled and in need of higher levels of care services. And then we have Care Court, this new process, which is court-supervised, voluntary, community-based treatment. So it's sort of in the middle along that continuum. And the goal of CARE is really to provide wraparound behavioral health services and supports, other supportive services, stabilizing medication, and housing. And so through that 3-legged stool approach, the goal is to try to stabilize individuals in the community and help them be successful. And so proactively sort of reaching out to try to provide these wraparound services and supports so that they don't end up needing that higher level of care placement. Next slide, please. So there are several paths in via petition by a variety of individuals. So CARE differs from other processes in that it is so wide open for how folks can get referred into CARE. And so family members, healthcare providers, county mental health, law enforcement, first responders, social service providers, a variety of individuals can file a petition with the court to initiate the process. And again, it is a civil court process with the goal of connecting and prioritizing treatment and services and housing for these individuals. Next slide, please. And so there's a whole lot going on this slide, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it, but I do think I want to call out a few specific things. Moving from the first hexagon there, number 1, yeah, that's really where the CARE process starts with the filing of a petition. And then all the petitions that are filed with the court have a review by a judge who is looking to see, is this eligibility criteria met? And that is the hexagon 3. And so there is a looking at what is presented on its face. Is it meeting the eligibility criteria? If it is, then it moves forward. If it's not, then the process stops there. And so once that determination is made by the judge, things move forward and they order county behavioral health to prepare a report. And so what we do at that point is we try to outreach and engage individuals to pull together the information in order to prepare that report prior to that initial court appearance. So in some cases where county behavioral health is the entity filing a petition, this process could be streamlined a little bit. When the petitioner is someone other than county behavioral health, at that hexagon 7, that initial court appearance is where it changes over. The petitioner is literally changed over from whomever else filed it to county behavioral health. However, the initial petitioner is required to show up at that initial hearing, or even if everybody else shows up, the petition could potentially be dismissed. And so ultimately, as the court process works its way through to determining someone's eligibility. It takes a while to get to actual treatment or a care agreement or care plan with an individual. And in looking at the enormous amount of due process that is built in to this process, there is a total of 18 hearings for each case from start to finish, assuming that there are no continuances. There's 4 evidentiary hearings where witnesses can be sworn to testify throughout the process. Behavioral health has a very heavy lift throughout this process, as we must prepare and serve a written report before almost every hearing. And the respondents are required to be personally served all notices and reports before every hearing. So behavioral health will be the agency that's out there making that connection, helping get them to court, doing that personal service, and working to actively engage individuals from the beginning all the way through. So each case can last almost 3 years from date of filing of petition, with hearings being held every 30 to 60 days through the entire lifespan of a case. And so behavioral health is required to provide wraparound services to all persons with a care agreement, and that includes housing. Next slide, please. So when we're looking at who the parties are that are involved in care court, we have, of course, the petitioner, who can be a variety of folks, as I've just stated. We have the respondent, who is the subject of the petition. And then we also have, of course, the court and the judge, county behavioral health. The public defender in our county represents all respondents in the care proceedings. There is also a role in care that is unique to this process in terms of a supporter role. And so the respondent has the option to select a friend, family member, significant support person to support them throughout the care process and to make sure that their wishes, meaning the respondent's wishes, are known and lifted up throughout the process. So it's the respondent's wishes that are being lifted up, not the position of the supporter, if there's a difference in that. It's really their goal to make sure that the respondent's wishes are known and heard. And then, of course, there's a role for county counsel as the attorneys for the county. Next slide. So who might be a hypothetical care respondent? In looking at that, we're looking at an adult, 18 or over, with schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder diagnosis, perhaps with multiple hospitalizations within the last year. And so perhaps this is somebody who, when hospitalized for a few weeks, they're looking much better, they get stabilized, back on medication, they're tending to their personal care and hygiene, they're just overall managing better. And then when they get discharged from the hospital, maybe they're doing okay for a short period of time, and then perhaps they start missing appointments, stop taking their medications, and then we really start to see some of those functional impairments show up again, to where they're struggling to manage their activities of daily living. Perhaps they're at risk of getting evicted or losing their housing as a result of disruptive behavior, bizarre behavior, or conflict with roommates or in the community. They might be coming to attention of law enforcement as well for calls from the community coming in. But there are indicators that a person is clearly struggling with symptoms of mental illness, but they are perhaps not so impaired to require a locked facility. And so they may be cycling in and out of the hospital during that course. The CARE Act is really intended to serve as an upstream intervention for individuals experiencing severe impairment from a serious mental illness, and to prevent avoidable psychiatric hospitalizations, incarcerations, and LPS conservatorships. So the eligibility criteria, as stated previously, is for adults 18 plus experiencing a serious or severe mental illness with a diagnosis schizophrenia spectrum or other psychotic disorders with chronic, severe, persistent symptoms that are interfering with their daily functioning. So there needs to be a functional impairment, and also that they are not stabilized in ongoing voluntary outpatient treatment. So if somebody is already stabilized in voluntary treatment, they are not a candidate for care. Participation in the CARE Act or CARE Court process is determined to be the least restrictive alternative. And there needs to be some sort of a clinical determination that the person will benefit from participating in a care plan or care agreement. So all of those criteria must be met, as well as one of the following, where they are either unlikely to survive safely or are deteriorating, or intervention is needed to prevent relapse or deterioration. And so there is evidence that is required to be submitted with the petition to get this process started, and it can come in a couple of forms. It can come in the form of the Care 101, which is essentially a doctor's declaration indicating that an individual meets all of the criteria that was just outlined and making that recommendation for care. Or there can be evidence submitted that the respondent has been detained involuntarily for 2 intensive treatments in a hospital, so 25250 holds, with the most recent one being within the past 60 days. So there is a definite timeline that needs to be taken into account here. And we do realize that it may be very difficult for family members and some of the individuals who are eligible to file petitions to have a doctor's declaration to submit, but there is this other pathway where if they know that their loved one has been in and out of the hospital and has had these extended stays in the hospital, they can provide that information for the judge's consideration to move it forward. So once the petition is completed, it must be filed with the court clerk. This is civil court, so it is the court in Monterey. The court then orders behavioral health to locate and serve the respondent and prepare a report. Behavioral health tries to engage the respondent voluntarily in services, and voluntary engagement in services is one of the pathways out of care. Behavioral health will prepare a report for the court around whether or not the person meets the criteria. And the petitioner must attend the first hearing, and if they don't, the case could get dismissed. And then again, the petitioner is replaced by behavioral health as the petitioner at that initial hearing. And there is that role where families or other support people can stay involved if the respondent so chooses in that supporter role. So some possible issues that may come up is there are finite resources in our county, so limited housing and support programs. Care recipients are to get priority in some of the housing, even over conserved clients. And but then also the county can be liable for failing to house LPS conservatees, so there's a little bit of a potential issue there. The county can also be fined up to $1,000 per day, not to exceed $25,000 for each individual violation for failing to provide services to care respondents through this process. And there is also a potential where treatment providers, behavioral health, public guardian, hospitals may have different opinions about where along that continuum of care, that level of care a person should be served. So definitely having cross-system coordination and collaboration will be essential. So we do have some stats from the Cohort 1 counties, and what that has shown us is that Families have been the leading source of petitions filed, and in filing 557 petitions, and that was over 3/4 of data that was submitted. 39% of those have been dismissed, and another 362 individuals have been voluntarily engaged in services and diverted from the whole care process prior to a petition being filed. And there have been 100 care agreements or care plans. So both county behavioral health agencies and the Judicial Council are required to begin data collection at the time of CARE Act implementation and submit quarterly submissions to DHCS. And the reporting requirements are pretty extensive and have required significant behavioral health resources and IT system development to be able to capture and ultimately be able to report out. Next slide, please. So here are some resources: the court website, the Self-Help Center website, and the Self-Help Center through the court does have attorneys available to help individuals make sure the forms are filled out correctly, not to give legal advice, but to be able to ensure that the petitions are filled out correctly. We also have our county behavioral health website links up there with more information. And there is also a way through our county behavioral health website for individuals who maybe aren't sure if they have enough information to file a petition, but who really want to try and make a referral to behavioral health to investigate and to look into something, to submit a form through our website and to share that information with us so that we can follow up internally on our end. And here's some additional free training resources online that we thought we would include as well. And with that, I will conclude, and we would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Melanie. One question before I go to my colleagues. We call it voluntary on the slide, and as I understand, ACLU had legal challenges around that question. I've got several folks who have anticipated the arrival of this program in our community because their loved one does not want to go into treatment but is homeless on the street and in need of services. So how do we use the word voluntary, and will it then not apply to those people who are not prepared to enter services in a circumstance where schizophrenia, say, is the base issue?
So
Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's okay. It's the world. It's right at that intersection where we live in behavioral health, and clearly we want to do our best to try to engage individuals in voluntary services as much as possible. I mean, the reality is that care really relies heavily on that black robe effect, and so what we are able to do is we are able to outreach and engage and try and find and locate those individuals, explain to them what's going on if a petition has been filed, and sort of walk them through that process and help them look at the options. You know, if maybe they don't want to go through the court process, well, then let's talk about what some of those other options are, and to really work to try and engage individuals. But in terms of any sort of legal questions, I'm going to defer to Christy on that, but we will definitely be doing our best to try to outreach and engage. And because housing is also a component of this, if there is an individual who is maybe unhoused, who has a serious mental illness, is meeting the eligibility requirements, you know, that might be a motivator in terms of, you know, like, help us help you, you know, type of a thing, and to stay engaged with us. And perhaps we start with housing first and then continue to work to help them meet some of their basic needs and to get them more motivated.
Okay. I'll go to Supervisor Alisal.
Thank you for the presentation. I wanted to request this one because I think Elsa Jimenez had informed us in December that this program started in our county. And for me, this is one of those examples where the governor in Sacramento are well-intended, but they create a program that has a lot of gray areas under constitutional law. Very expensive program, and as we saw in your graph here, very staff intensive. You guys already spent a lot of time. And this was intended for the public. I wanted them to know this was intended for the chronically homeless or those who have severe substance abuse or maybe other mental health issues that have been the most challenging to get off the street many times, or whose family members have been having a great challenge getting them into treatment services voluntarily, as Chris said. So, one, I'm concerned also about the funding. Do counties get fully funded? Because yes, when this was first contemplated, we had a $97 billion surplus. Now those surpluses have dried up, and local government's experiences that we're left with the big responsibility, a lot of liability, as some of your charts stated, but yet not fully funded when our departments are already staff strained and financially strained. So the questions I had, since I used to be in my previous life, the self-help center attorney, the first one hired in our Superior Court, to basically handhold and guide thousands of residents with legal procedures and paperwork. So that I just wanted to understand myself from that point of view for the members of the public. I wanted to say, can they enroll a loved one, or how can professionals enroll? And you mentioned two areas, Care 101. The health professional seems easy. If they're in the emergency room one or multiple times, that seems easy to then have somebody fill out the paperwork. But then there's the evidence one also, and you got the 5250 holds. In that case, it seemed to indicate that family members primarily file the paperwork there. If they're in neither situation, and I thought the language also provided for first responders to have standing to do that. I don't think that was covered. And then if just a family member wants to go to the court and pick up a packet at the self-help center, I say, I want to apply for my son who's homeless in Chinatown in Salinas to get him into this. Those are, I just wanted to explain, is that a complicated packet of paperwork? Do they file it in the court and like a restraining order, does a judge then make an immediate decision that day? Or do they file it and then they got to go serve the person? Every court document, you got to go serve the person paperwork. It seemed interesting here that it had behavioral health trying to find these folks, because just doing the service of process could be a very dangerous situation, right? Especially with some of the folks we're talking about. Family law, civil, nobody likes getting served court papers. It could create a very dangerous situation. So I was just interested that behavioral health would have to be serving legal papers to somebody who might not want them and then put them in some kind of dangerous predicament. For unlawful detainers, it's usually the sheriff who'll go and serve somebody the notice, or, that's when they're trying to actually evict them already. But in each one, serving somebody the paperwork is very difficult. So that seemed to be another difficult process. So if you could just walk me through, how complicated is the paperwork? Is it 5 pages, 10, 20 pages? And how soon do they get a court date to try to initiate this process?
So I'll answer that. So the paperwork is about 6 pages long for the petition. It is somewhat detailed. In terms of the evidence, I think the court they do a prima facie review. So they're looking for, assuming everything said in the paperwork is true, does it meet criteria? So the person maybe doesn't have to have copies of all of the medical records, which might be protected by HIPAA, but if they know their family member went into the hospital, they can allege that in the petition. The court, assuming that it's true, finds it meets criteria, they'll order behavioral health to do a report, and part of that will include an order for medical records, so behavioral health can actually ascertain whether the allegations in the petition made by the family or a first responder or a nonprofit organization like Interim, whether those facts that they've alleged are true, and then that would become, later in the process, the evidence in the case. Okay. So in terms of time, how quickly does it take to get to a hearing? The petition gets filed. The judge reviews it within a couple of days to at least order behavioral health to do their investigation. So that part is fairly quick. Behavioral health has 30 days to do their investigation and file their report, and then the court will set a hearing after reviewing that report a couple weeks after that. So potentially the time from filing the petition to that first hearing date could be about 2 months to get before the court. But behavioral health is going to be engaging that person. As soon as they get the petition, they're going to go out and find them and try to engage them in voluntary services. So that's in terms of the timing. We share your concern about how resource intensive doing personal service for 18 potential hearings assuming that we didn't continue any of those hearings because, from your time at the self-help center, sometimes finding people to give them service can be a whole hurdle on itself. So this can potentially be a very lengthy process.
So since December, 'cause I think the numbers you provided were statewide, right? There was some early adopter counties. Then now it's all 58 counties have this in their counties. How many have we had since December in our county filed, and those by professionals versus family members?
So we did not have any in December. We have had 2, to my knowledge, and one was from a hospital and one was from a family member. And so we've started. We have 2 that we're actively working on right now.
Okay. And then on the housing, because the housing seemed, by law, we have to find them housing, which here is very scarce and very expensive. We have our homelessness rapid rehousing program, and those are challenging to get landlords willing to participate. So we got 2 so far, but I guess we're not there yet on housing challenges, and is that going to get fully funded by the state as well?
So in terms of housing, we do have our behavioral health bridge housing, also the Hope Housing Project in Marina, and with that BHBH grant-funded housing program, care participants do get priority placement in that housing program. I think the challenge that we're foreseeing is whether that's the appropriate level of care that the individuals need, because for that program, individuals need to have a certain amount of independent living skills, where if they need more of like a boarding care facility where with a little bit more services and supports and help with, monitoring medication and meals and things like that, that might not be the appropriate level of care. So, the housing resources that we have in our behavioral health system of care will be open to the care court participants. However, that requires the referral process and then interviewing and being accepted by the operators of those housing programs.
Last point, and I'll pass it to my colleagues, was thank you for that info. Last point was on your slide. It was interesting. It says petitioner must attend the first hearing. If they do not, even if the respondent and behavioral health are present, the matter can be dismissed. Because I think it's going to be hard just to get the respondent to show up in court in many of these cases, right? And then I looked at your data statewide, how many have been dismissed. It leaves a big opportunity for a lot of wasted resources. Talk about from the clerk from the window, the judge, the research attorney for the judge, probation, go down the list of everybody's time who made the report to make recommendations to the judge. And then it says out of 557 cases statewide, 217, 39%, almost 40% have been dismissed. That's all wasted resources of many county employees and court staff doing that. And then actually reached the care agreements. I was seeing that's a final plan for that person. It was only 18%. So, I mean, our county intentionally did not become an early adopter because we knew that there was a lot to learn from other counties. But even the data that we have so far really shows how challenging this program is and how expensive it will continue to be. We're going to be spending millions of dollars, and for statewide to have less than 1,000 people in the program since it started, it's eye-opening to me. Thank you for your work, though.
Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you, and thank you for this referral and for all of that very interesting background, and I'm glad to get the update. Most of my questions have been asked, but I do want to just get some further clarification. The first question is about how the respondent is cared for during this process, which you said could take up to 3 years, the whole legal court process. It sounds like there's lots of interventions that behavioral health makes, but could you just expand on that a little bit in terms of the respondent and their experience?
Sure. From the moment that we get the referral from the court, we start gathering the information, trying to find the person and trying to engage and make that connection to build the rapport. We have, pretty skilled staff who are knowledgeable about the resources and able to try to connect and build rapport with folks and find out what are they really needing and wanting and really start there. So we're really actively starting that engagement process from the beginning. As it weaves through the court process and as we get farther along, especially when we get to the point of developing that care agreement or a care plan, we're really outlining with them what they're willing to do and kind of working together to form that agreement. So it's their voice is lifted up and heard in the process about what they're wanting and willing to do. But we're trying to actively engage them and provide that wraparound services, trying to get them housing, trying to get them connected, because these are individuals with a serious mental illness who need that stabilization medication as well. So really trying to engage them, convince them to see one of our psychiatrists and, consider medications if they're not currently on medications, and just really starting that ongoing conversation and trying to get them to the court to see that, there's, again, all of these resources and individuals coming together that are there and want to support them, and hopefully they will want the support.
So even if they don't end up going through the entire process and becoming a care court or part of the court, perhaps even that initial engagement and that initial touch point has some success.
Hopefully. And, to that point, we don't know the reason for a lot of the dismissals, right? And so one of the pathways out of care is voluntary engagement and services. So perhaps that contributed to some of those initial petitions that were ultimately dismissed is if the individual opts to proceed with services, and perhaps they say, oh my gosh, I didn't know all these services and resources were available. Yes, I want them, that would be great. And then we don't have to go down this process, right?
So if you could, the second question I have is about the petitioner and whether or not, if there's someone out there in the community that is aware of an individual who's having mental illness challenges, and this person doesn't have family and is sort of out there on their own, is there any anonymity? Is there any way that a petitioner can make a call to another entity if they don't want to be that person that has to show up in court?
That's a great question. And so that is actually why on our behavioral health website, we created a link there to where folks can submit a referral to us. So if perhaps maybe they don't want to be the petitioner, but maybe they have a lot of information and they want to provide it to somebody to try and get the individual help and services and supports, they can go on our website, click the link at the bottom of the page where it says submit a referral, and it will open up a secured way to send information to us through DocuSign, and they can even attach records or other information that they have it, and then they can send it to us for us to follow up on. I mean, an important point is that, we can always receive information from the community or from family members, but without releases of information, we can't respond back to folks about what happens or what treatment or services we're providing folks unless we have a release.
Okay, just a couple more. This is purely the sentence I'm having trouble under eligibility. Mm-hmm. And I'm having trouble understanding participation in Care Act is least restrictive alternative. What do you mean by that?
Right. Do you want to give an answer to that?
Sure. So in the area of mental health law, we always talk about providing services to people in the least restrictive manner. So using the example of a conservatorship where we are providing involuntary treatment, the person doesn't get to decide what medication they take. They don't get to decide where they live. That's a very restrictive set of situations. So somebody who is in care has to have some capacity to engage with us on a voluntary basis. They have to want something. They have to want a seat at the table to engage. And if they can show that, then that would probably be the least restrictive. If somebody can't do that, then we might be looking at that involuntary conservatorship process, which is more restrictive.
Got it. So they have some agency still.
Right. And on the flip side, somebody who is completely willing to, I will take my meds, I will live in whatever housing you're willing to provide me. You don't need to take me to court to do that. I want to do all of those things. Then putting them in a court process really isn't the least restrictive, right? That's too restrictive. So that's kind of, the law is asking us to make sure that we're not being, overly restrictive and or just letting people fail in our community.
Incredibly helpful. Okay, and the last one is about the housing, and the questions have been asked and answered regarding the potential liability and the cost. And so this is more of a comment, like figuring out how we'll have the funding to address that part of the law is going to be a real challenge. And I'm sure you'd agree. And that was all I had.
All right. Anybody else on the dais?
Thank you for the presentation. This is the second time I had the opportunity to hear the presentation at the Behavioral Health Commission meeting. I know that the commissioners are really interested and looking forward to monitoring the implementation as it moves forward. Many of my questions were answered already. And I do think that this is something I'm just joining, I don't remember who I'm with, but on the 4-H Housing, Health, and all the H's committee for the county board. And I think this is something that we'll look forward to getting some regular updates on as the implementation rolls out, both in terms of utilization, how is it working for the county, but to keep our ears and eyes on sort of the cost implications for the county. I think we're walking a fine line, right, in terms of like how do you make sure that we're providing help for those who need it, while also allowing people to maintain autonomy. And there's a balance there, and finding the right steps along that balance. This is, I think, a path towards that, and it will be one that I think we'll have to watch to see if it's the right path. But the state's telling us it's what we're going to do, so it's what we're going to do. And I'm glad to know that our team is so thoughtfully moving forward to put it into action here. Thank you for the update.
Either. Supervisor Church.
Yeah, thank you for the report. And obviously, we know this is heavy staff time. There's some question about some constitutional issues, of course, but something needs to be done from where we're at currently, and this is a step in the right direction, and hopefully we'll get all the details worked out, and it'll work. It'll work more effectively than anything we've tried thus far. I mean, as somebody who's been around and sometimes in some close relationships with folks who've had some severe behavioral health issues, I know it's important that we do something, and we have to do something. We see somebody on a sidewalk who's had a stroke or unconscious, and we send aid for that person. We don't ask for their consent. And the brain's just another organ of the body. It relates to our personalities, unlike the heart or a liver, but all these are physical ailments, and it's something to really understand as a society that perhaps we in times of emergency, such as when somebody's unconscious, you can't seek consent, and then when you have a case where somebody is having a severe issue that they're not able to give consent. I mean, we understand that on a lot of issues on age, that you have to be over the age of 18 to sign contracts. And so there's a lot of gray lines into here. But I think this is overall, it's an important step to go forth. And I just hope we can work out those little rough edges and really do some good. So thank you.
CEO De La Rosa.
Quick question, Melanie. On the numbers you've provided, are they unique numbers, unique individuals, or are they repeats on these?
So in terms of the number of petitions filed, those are unique individuals. In terms of the cases dismissed, those are of those petitions that were filed. And in terms of the ones that were diverted, those are a separate set of unique numbers. So there were the ones that were diverted before a petition was filed. So that's another set of, I think it was 362 individuals so that were diverted before the petition was filed. So that's different than the 500 number. Yeah.
So adding those two together shows you how many have actually engaged.
We're involved in the process, yes.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, let's go out to the public on this item. Nobody in the room, we'll go to Zoom. No hands up, we'll bring it back. Closing public comment.
Yes, two questions. Last two questions was, do we get a funding stream for the CARE Act, and how much is that for each year for the administration of everything that you've done so far?
So we got an original allocation of $348,000. And the governor, during his proposed budget, identified about $80 million for the next 2 fiscal years each year. So that's pretty much the funding that's allocated to this.
So out of the $40 million per year, how much would Monterey County get? Because I thought the 348 was only a planning grant.
Yeah. So
but how much is the annual funding that would come to administer the program?
That hasn't been determined yet at the county level, but yeah, the 348 that's been received already. We got that.
And last question is, if the respondent doesn't show up, the petition get dismissed. What if the applicant, if the respondent doesn't show up, the person who is they're trying to get into forest services, what happens then? Can a judge put out an arrest warrant? What's the enforceability? What's the teeth in the law that would force the respondent to show up and get into treatment?
So the court cannot issue an arrest warrant. The court cannot order, sanctions or penalties of any kind if the person does not show up and doesn't engage. I think initially the matter would be continued, and behavioral health would attempt to continue to engage with that individual. Their public defender would probably try to engage with them. The proceedings can go forward without the person in court. They have the right to waive their appearance, but how effective is a process if the respondent's not a seat at the table? So the only sort of potential consequence, and this is where we would talk about this sort of like it's a quasi-voluntary process. The only potential consequence to the individual is that if they fail the care court process. So if they've been offered all the services in care and they do not engage, if they subsequently end up on an LPS conservatorship in an LPS case, they can't use whatever was offered in care as a defense to their conservatorship. They can't say, I'll go live at that board and care, or I'll go to outpatient behavioral health and I'll take my medicine, because there will now be an evidence that, you were offered all of those things and you actually didn't engage. So that is the only potential consequence.
That is very interesting, because this was sold to the public when it was being debated in Sacramento, that it was going to be the way to force people. It was used throughout the media, the news phrased in that way, but it was a way to mandate, maybe a better way to say mandate services. And if there's no way to force somebody to show up to court for the court appearance, much less to actually enter into a facility for treatment, that just seems very interesting. Or to program with behavioral health, with housing and other services being provided. That's my last commentary.
Yeah, no, I would agree with you. And just a quick follow-up to that, I think what CARE did that is really unique is that it gave families a pathway to get their loved one before the court and to potentially have some accountability to behavioral health. It didn't allow the person to be forced into treatment, but it does give the family a pathway into the court process, which does not exist in the LPS conservatorship.
Thank you for that. That's great.
Thank you for the presentation. I just want to acknowledge time. That 15-minute presentation took about an hour. So we're going to keep going here, and I am going to try to push through the agenda before we go to lunch. So I'm going to go ahead and jump to the Elections Department for their update on the presidential election from November 5th, 2024.
I can still say good morning. So good morning, Chair Lopez, members of the Board of Supervisors, and members of the community. I am Gina Martinez, Registrar of Voters. Joining me today are Jessica Cedillo, Assistant Registrar of Voters, and Greta Arevalo, Deputy Registrar of Voters. They will be presenting key takeaways from the November 5th, 2024 presidential general election. Now, this election brought exactly what we would expect with a presidential election. Substantial enthusiasm, strong enthusiasm from our community, and an elections team that was fully prepared to administer an election of this magnitude. So with that, I will hand it over to Jessica to go over the details.
Thank you, Gina. In this presentation, we will review the election framework that guides our operations, including federal and state requirements. We'll examine voter registration and turnout for the November 5th, 2024 election, along with historical trends. We'll also highlight our department's operational improvements, the election processes, our successes, and areas for growth. And finally, we'll share our vision for advancing election services in the years ahead. Elections are administered in accordance with both federal and state laws and regulations, which govern every aspect of the election process, including security and accessibility. Some of these laws have been in place for decades, while others have been enacted with urgency just months before an election. State and federal laws work in tandem to ensure access to the ballot while maintaining security and integrity of the vote. For example, the National Voter Registration Act provides direction for voter identification requirements when registering. The Federal Help America Vote Act provides federal guidance on identification requirements while voting. Here in California, laws are designed to expand voting opportunities, ensuring all eligible individuals can vote. These address special circumstances, including provisions for military and overseas voters, individuals with disabilities, those experiencing homelessness, and other eligible voters, aiming to increase participation. These laws provide the framework for election officials to conduct elections and directly impact our community. In this election, Monterey County saw a record of 214,883 registered voters. Voter turnout was 69.3%, with 88.4% of votes cast by mail. This includes military and overseas voters and domestic vote-by-mail voters, and 11.6% cast at polling places, which includes early in-person voting, at special events, and at the elections office, at satellite offices, and at the polls. In the final tally for the November 5th, 2024 election, a total of 148,916 ballots were counted. This marks the second highest number of ballots cast in the county's history. The county's investment in the Schilling Place campus greatly enhanced the department's operational efficiency. The modern facility features dedicated areas for front counter services, voter accessibility, in-person voting, ballot processing, an efficient warehouse operation, enhanced parking for voters, and a spacious public observation area where anyone can view all election activities. Its design allows for multiple election activities to occur simultaneously and for each activity to be scaled appropriately as needed. Further, the facility supports streamlined workflows with specialized spaces for key tasks like ballot proofing, sorting, and signature verification. The space was designed with input from election officials, ensuring it meets the needs of operation, security, and transparency. This move also provided the opportunity to implement new technology, such as a vote-by-mail sorting system, automating ballot processing. It's important to understand that ballot processing takes time. It involves careful checks to ensure to maintain security and accuracy in counting votes. Monterey vote-by-mail ballots returned during early voting are processed and reported in the first vote count. Ballots cast in person are counted and reported starting after the first report on Election Day. Post-election ballot processing requires additional research and reconciliation amongst the roster of voters, provisional ballots, and vote-by-mail ballots. Provisional ballots in particular require additional research before processing. Assembly Bill 3184, signed into law as an urgency measure for this election, required that counties with outstanding signature challenges wait until December 3rd, 2024 to certify final results, even if election processes are completed earlier. I'll now hand it over to Greta, who will guide us through the election processing timeline.
Thank you, Jessica. To place the election process on a timeline, let's walk through the key steps to certify of an election. 29 days before the election day, ballots go out to all active registered voters. Voting options during this period include mail ballot return by mail, drop box, in person, remote accessible, overseas fax return, or in-person early vote. By law, counties can begin processing mail ballots as soon as they arrive. This process includes multiple security checks, like verifying voter registration, voting history, and comparing signature against the voter registration records. The statewide database flags any issues, such as missing ID or registration in another county, ensuring only eligible ballots are counted. One day before the election, we prepare a final supplemental roster listing voters who have already voted to assist poll workers with updating the polling place paper rosters. At this stage, vote-by-mail processing pauses until we reconcile in-person voters. In the days after the election, during the canvass period, election staff manually review paper rosters, updating voter records for those who voted in person. To expedite the process, the department dedicates the majority of staff to roster processing and allocates overtime in the 2 days immediately following election. Once voter records are updated, post-election vote-by-mail ballot and provisional ballot processing can commence. During the canvass period, all remaining vote-by-mail and provisional ballots are verified. That includes signature comparison, voting history reviews, and ID requirements under the Help American Vote Act must be resolved before a ballot is accepted. By law, our department can accept and count all mail ballots postmarked by Election Day and received by the Tuesday following the election. Furthermore, any voters in California can return their ballot to any polling place in the state, and all counties are required to mail any out-of-the-county vote-by-mail ballots received to the home county. Through the canvass period, voters can cure a missing or mismatched signature on a challenge ballot up to 2 days before certification. Voters also have an opportunity to provide identification when required to have their ballot counted. Multiple safeguards protect the election security and accuracy, including the pre- and post-election testing to ensure voting system capture and count voters correctly, a manual tally audit, where randomly selected batches from Election Day are manually counted and compared to system results. Close contests experience an escalated manual count. A statewide database and signature verification, which flags voters who already voted, addresses changes, voting statuses, and pending voter identification. Public observation is always encouraged and welcome. Our office, polling places, early voting locations, and satellite offices are open to public observation. Once all ballots are counted and every verification step is complete, we certify the election results within the certification period, ensuring a fair, secure, and accurate outcome. Looking at a glance to this presidential election, over 56,000 ballots were returned on Election Day to be processed in the post-election period. This number reflects over 48,000 vote-by-mail ballots and over 8,300 provisional ballots. Significant returns of this type are not uncommon. Vote-by-mail Election Day returns are generally in the tens of thousands. The number of provisional ballots is generally higher in the counties with paper rosters due to the inability to resolve issues with voters who are unable to surrender their vote-by-mail ballots. This provisional count is high due in part to the higher than usual in-person turnout at polling places and the use of paper rosters. In addition, the county experienced an increase in same-day conditional voter registration provisional voting. By law, these ballots require additional research and handling to process to ensure the integrity of the vote while facilitating the vote count. This election highlighted a number of key successes. First, with the second highest total ballot tally in the county's history and record turnout in several areas of the county, Monterey County voters showed up and voted. Second, the department demonstrated several operational efficiencies in addressing election challenges. Especially key successes include the election facility. The facility design allows for multiple elections activities to take place at the same time and facilitates operations to be scaled as needed simultaneously. The department moves quickly through ballot processing without sacrificing accuracy. Public engagement. The department continues to prioritize outreach and education, especially during the voting period. The Books and Ballots early voting program was expanded to include a candidate filing program for rural areas of the county. Early voting at Books and Ballots events saw an increase in participation with over 1,000 more voters than in any previous general election, and increased family engagement with the addition of a kids' ballot. Technological enhancement. The vote-by-mail sorting system allows for efficient processing of vote-by-mail ballots, reducing several days of processing to one. The county's voting system allowed for an escalated manual tally via digital ballot image for close contests, allowing for additional public review with minimum budgetary impact. In the interest of continuity of operations, electronic poll books were introduced at select polling places. The key challenges faced by our department include paper rosters. The use of paper rosters at polling places demonstrated longer check-in times than polling places with electronic poll books. These elections also increased the number of calls to the elections office, increased the number of provisional ballots issued at the polls, and increased processing time during the canvass period. Overall growth. The department's operations and areas of growth are being reviewed to determine how the facility's configuration can be changed to support operational growth. Staffing. Recruiting and retaining poll workers is an ongoing nationwide challenge. Offering competitive wages for seasonal employees is a significant challenge. In addition, permanent staffing will have to continue to evolve as the county grows and voting and additional systems become more complex. Looking ahead, the department plans to continue to invest in poll books at polling places. Further, the department continues to review all areas for cost efficiencies to offset the cost of potential stipend or wage increases for essential poll workers and seasonal employees. Additionally, permanent staffing needs are projected to include the addition of an election services specialist and administrative support position within the next 2 to 5 years. And now I'll pass it back to Jessica.
Thank you, Greta. We would like to end by thanking those who contributed to the success of the election. And I thank you all for your time on this matter. Thank you.
All right, let's go to supervisors, see if there's any questions or comments. Start to my left, Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you. The bill you referenced, Assembly Bill 3184, is that the December 3rd certified by date?
Correct.
Just a question I have is, can you certify earlier, or per that legislation, it has to be?
It had to be December 3rd for this particular election. It sunsets, that bill sunsets this election, so that provision is gone. And we will see what is going to come next. I understand that our state legislature is looking at proposals that may speed up the canvass time and certification period, so we'll see what comes from that. But this election, we were required to certify on December 3rd.
Okay, thank you. And then one other question has to do with the release of the reports.
Yes.
And a question I have comes out of this last election where we had some, in particular, council race, which was really close.
Yes.
Is there a reason why it's chosen at like 5 p.m. on Friday to release it when they really don't have a lot of time to ask questions, in particular when it moves toward the the period at the very end where you're a candidate perhaps deciding whether or not you're going to challenge or ask for a recount. I think the 5 days starts Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So is there a reason why the 5 p.m. on Friday is necessary?
So are you talking about the first report that we do after the election?
Talking about the last one.
The last report. So the final report of the statement of votes, that certification was determined this particular election. So we couldn't certify before. And that, I believe, December 3rd was a...
Oh, that would have been...
That was not Friday. So that was predetermined for us.
Got it.
Typically, we notify all parties. And with those close contests, we have already escalated a manual tally, invited parties in who have reached out to us beforehand, and made sure that people are aware that we are doing this process. But the certification period, that date was prescribed for us.
So I guess my question would be the other ones. Then.
Yeah. So the other ones, it takes time. If you look at the statement of votes, that it's a book. It's thousands of pages long. And that takes all day to generate that report, no matter how quickly we run with it. We're piecing together several different reports to compile one statement of votes to have so that we can certify that election, so we can start that clock. And it does take time. And we were a bit earlier. We weren't at 5 p.m. this particular election, but in the past we have been at 5 p.m. and it's just because it takes time. And we have to format certain pages so that people can actually read it and compile all of these different reports and parts from a voting system, from the Secretary of State's office, from our election management system. And so it is time consuming. It really is.
And the last thing I'll just then say is a huge compliment to all of you, just observing the processes through the COVID pandemic and in these recent elections. It is incredibly easy to vote, I find, and I'm just really appreciative of all the successes you outlined and the process that you outlined. It's job well done. Thank you.
Supervisor Church.
Thank you for everything you folks are doing there. There used to be a time when counting votes wasn't controversial, and those situations have changed a lot in the last few years. I remember years ago when you used to be able to just have the votes being counted over the election night, and pretty much a result unless the machines broke down by the early morning. And I know it's a lot more complicated now because we have vote by mail, and there's a lot of checking and verification that needs to be done. And I don't think people realize what more we do now to guarantee that a vote is accurate and a count is fair than there was before. And whatever we can do, always put that information out. It's important. But I guess my other question is, and I may have raised this with you before, Gina, is that I know we're counting here the votes, and I know you have to go through a real onerous process, but the votes really come out in big batches. And people are waiting, and they wait a week or longer, 10 days, I think maybe is potentially, maybe that's too long. I can't remember the timeline, but something like that. And there's it gives the appearance of not being as transparent as just regular votes rolling in on a timely basis. Is there any way to be able to release some votes without being in just those big batches for public appearance sake?
So our schedule is usually posted beforehand. It's always posted beforehand, and we publicize that widely. We post after election night results. We post a Friday after election, and then we post a Tuesday after that, and the Friday after that on an alternating schedule. That first Friday, we're still processing rosters, so we can't process those rosters until Wednesday. And if we see an election like we saw this election, it took us 2 days, and that was 2 14-hour days after a 20-hour day of election voting to process rosters. We manually have to flip through each of the pages and then ping every single voter who signed. It's a very manual process, and it requires 2 staff members for each roster to go through and update that voter information. That takes time, and we're not able to process any vote-by-mail ballots once we're handling those rosters, just to maintain that integrity. So if we were to do a batch, we would have nothing to show on Thursday or even Wednesday after the election, just because we're still processing rosters. Now, if we did have something like electronic poll books where we can update, we can continue processing vote by mail ballots on Monday before the election, and we would pause on Tuesday. Wednesday, we would resume after we run the results from the electronic poll books and update voter records. We would be able to process more vote by mail ballots almost immediately. I would say that just looking at other counties and what they've done, they're still releasing on that schedule, a number of them, not all of them, but a number of them. I know one of my colleagues said that she gave in and she said, okay, I'm going to go ahead and post every 2 days, and it's a couple of hundred. There was in 2022, we pushed through and we were able to produce a report with 17,000 ballots counted between election day, in addition to the election night report. So this is after our election night reports. 17,000 vote by mail ballots were processed between Wednesday, Thursday, Friday after the election. That is unheard of. If we had stopped to do reports on Wednesday, there are additional reports that we have to do, including a non-processed ballots report, which takes time and analysis because we still have ballots coming into us from the mail and from other counties. So we're adding in ballots as we're taking away ballots, and we're trying to reconcile all the differences between that as we're processing these vote by mail ballots. If we stop to do the additional reports in between, it will slow down the process and you won't see the big numbers that you see from Monterey County. Now, we are very efficient, as they stated in that presentation, and I believe that we are efficient because of the schedule that we have set up. We are happy to try a different schedule, but in our history, when we have tried that different schedule, it has slowed us down in terms of getting out the big numbers that we're used to. And in terms of transparency and people, saying, okay, why are you not releasing every night? We can point to most counties that don't release every day, but also we can invite them into our office. So whenever there's a concern about transparency or why is whatever process happening in the way that it's happening, we invite these folks in and we talk with them and we explain to them and we have them watch the process. And if one of us is available, we'll be there with them.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you to our registrar of voters and the whole elections team. How many employees and then how many, what do you call them, election day pollsters or volunteers do you have in total?
So we have 12 permanent employees. This election, we ran this election with 11 full-time employees. So we had one vacancy going into this election, or actually 2. So we ran this election with 10 permanent employees, and we cannot do that again. So we are budgeted for 12 full-time employees. We end up on election day with over 200 temporary employees. And then at our polling places, this particular election, because we need to have continuity of operations, we need contingency plans. We had over 800 volunteers that were stationed across the county and ready to be deployed in the event of an emergency.
That's great. I just wanted the public to hear that type of operation, the small team of core election department employees, but then how it grows during these election periods. And thank you to all the volunteers that come and support your office each year. I think all they get is a little pen maybe and maybe a thank you.
Don't take that pen away from them.
Yeah, they do. They love it. And it's a really nice one, by the way. It's well earned by them. Yeah. But I asked for this presentation because I did want the public to see everything that you do. And even before then, the public can see, I think the elections office team, I see them every event that I go to, they're out there. Very good outreach team, so compliments to them. And then even recently we were at the high schools, little friendly competitions to get the young people engaged in registering to vote. Thank you. You were there, gave a great story in your team. But the issue this came up for me was what you were talking about earlier, what Glenn brought up, which is after. People assume that why I don't get these counts done sooner, and these 2 charts here really explain why, right? One, it's a very complex process. Check and double check, verification. You're getting ballots from overseas, from other counties. Sometimes they had a signature missing on there. But it came up because obviously we had some contested races locally and throughout the state and federal. But the question was, and you were alluding to the legislation sunsetting, which gives us, 29 days, the December 3rd period. Do you think that's the right amount of time that it takes to not rush things and then maybe making errors along the way? Or do you see the legislature shortening that time or allowing counties to shorten that time to get and certify the results sooner?
So we typically have between 29 and 30 days to certify an election. Some counties do take the full certification period. Monterey County has a history of finishing a little bit earlier than that, sometimes by 22 days after the election. It just depends on the type of election and what we're working with. I think after this election, we did see an influx of our conditional voter registration provisional voters. So these are voters who were never previously registered to vote in Monterey County, and they're registering for the first time. So we have to make sure that, one, they're not currently registered somewhere else, and if they are, we have to wait for that county to release them to us so that we can count their ballot. And in this case, we would have been done probably by the Friday before Thanksgiving, is usually what we're on track for in general elections. But we did have 2 conditional voter registration ballots that we were holding on to and waiting for the release from the other county.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Good to understand that. And then we do it publicly here for the community, see that we are being transparent and letting that there's some of these unique issues that could hold up the whole process. So that's all I want to say. Thank you very much, and keep up the good work. And we didn't get any big complaints about the election season. That's always the good report card about how good a job you did. That seemed to go flawlessly. Thank you.
Supervisor Askew, comments or questions?
Yeah, just a brief question about the report speaks to signatures and the reconciliation of signatures being one of the biggest issues that you have to deal with. And I was talking to my staff, and we were thinking, gosh, I signed that voter registration card when I was, 18 years old. And for some of us, we've never signed it again. And I couldn't tell you what my signature, or maybe when I got remarried and changed my name, but I couldn't tell you what my signature looked like then, which was a few years ago. And so I was just curious if you can speak to like how someone would update their signature, how someone would verify, how you would verify if someone had a signature that wasn't verifiable, and most significantly, how many votes were ultimately not able to be counted as a result of a signature not matching?
Okay, so in the case of signatures, a number of people don't realize that when they go to the DMV and they're going through this process and clicking a ton of buttons, they're actually re-registering. Some people don't even realize that they're registering. I saw a great interview in the Weekly where an individual said, this was great. It must have happened while I was at the DMV. I registered, I got a ballot. So to your point, it could possibly be that we have your DMV signature in your voter record. When we are reviewing signatures, we do a first review where we're comparing your current signature on your envelope to your most recent signature on your voter registration record, whether that's a DMV or your most recent signature on a voter registration card, which could have been many, many years ago. If there is some challenge to that signature, it would have to be that that signature does not compare. The writing does not compare. It looks like it's written by someone else. That will be escalated for further review. That further review is then handed off to program managers. The program managers have access to your signature history. They have access to the signatures for your household, so we can compare and see, did somebody sign your envelope by mistake from your household because they grabbed it, and now your signature is on somebody else's envelope from your household, and we can compare those signatures and then take the envelopes and put them together and make things work. But as we're going through that escalation process, we're reaching out to the voter. Initially, if there's a single challenge, we're sending a letter right away to our voters. And we're telling them, we've looked at your signature, there may be a challenge, please correct this challenge. Here's a form for that, or you can go online and do that. And the process continues. We will call the voter, we will email the voter. There's a place on the envelope to provide information just for this specific contact, and we'll use that. If we get no contact from the voter, then we'll go to the voter record and reach out there. We usually have multiple points of contact that we've made with each voter who has a signature mismatch or a missing signature on their envelope, because that happens as well. But the signature does have to be different. If your name changed and the writing is the same, we'll be able to see that. And we'll send you a signature update letter to update the signature so we have your current name. But the easiest way to update your signature is to re-register. So you would do that with a paper registration form that's available at most government offices, county libraries. The elections office will send one to you if you request it, or you can register online and the signature will match your DMV record. And then the number of challenge signatures, so for missing signatures, we had 197, and SIG mismatches, we had approximately 350.
And then were we able to resolve all of those, or are there some number that we leave unresolved and then we're not able to?
Those are the remaining. So we resolved others, and this is the remaining.
Sorry, and what was the remaining?
The 350 for signature challenges and 197 for no signature.
Oh, that's what's the leftover. So those are the ones that we don't have any way to resolve those.
Correct.
And so those are votes that sort of remain outstanding.
Correct.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
All right, let's go to the public and see if there's any public input on this item. Invite folks online to use *9 or raise your hand at the bottom of the screen. We'll go with folks in the room first. Welcome to the dais.
Board. Great to have this opportunity to come and share some important information. When I found out that this presentation was going to happen today, I rearranged my morning schedule to make sure I was here. I want to commend this office, this election office, and their staff. The office at Schilling, it's a very nice, user-friendly facility. People are able to utilize it well. As a 17-year elected here in Monterey County, as a director with North County Fire, as a vice president of North County Fire, and president during a portion of my time, anytime I ever needed anything, any information, or people that were questioning how to go about processing to become an elected or run in this community, I was able to refer them to this office. They always got their answers. So I am commending them on their user-friendly ability, and even more so the staffing, especially under Ms. Cedillo's work that she's done with many people that I've referred directly to. So, it's not every day that you have an opportunity to really thank departments wherever they are. And in this case, I wanted to make sure I came today and say thank you all for your professionalism, your concern with the community and this very important process that we have in society today. And then I think, if anything, it would be great to have additional outreach and education to the community so they both understand this process and can become engaged in it. So this is all positive and simply a recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? See no one coming forward, we'll look to Zoom. No hands up via Zoom. We'll go ahead and bring it back to the... Okay, we do have a hand up via Zoom. Last minute, who was it?
Margie K.
Margie?
Thank you. Regarding signatures, when I was 18 years old and got my first checking account, the person who was helping me at the bank said, come up with a signature that you will use the rest of your life on everything you do. It saved me a lot of grief over the years. May I suggest that to anybody listening? Thank you.
Thank you, Margie. All right, see no other hands, close it, bring it back. Supervisor Alejo?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, though, that one of my proudest pieces of legislation was the Motor Voter Act. I authored that with Assembly members Lorena Gonzalez, Kevin McCarty, and myself in 2015. So it automatically registers somebody to vote when they apply for a license, when they renew, or they change an address. And at that time, they estimated 6.6 Californians were eligible and that would be able to benefit unless they opted out. But most of those in the millions have now been registered, where in the past we were struggling to get eligible persons registered. Now they'd have to opt out to not want to vote. But that's, I think that increased the workload over the bit for elections offices throughout California. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, just thank you all for your work. Somebody from my office has participated as a volunteer in every one of the elections, I think, since mid-2010s, and so appreciate everything you guys do. We see the work behind the scenes, so keep it up. Thank you. All right, we'll bring back the classic Wendy Strimling, and I see Kelly Donlan joining her, so legal dream team here coming up to give us I understand, a 3-minute presentation. There's a lot of promises being made today, not a lot being kept, so it's to you to make it right. Hey, okay. Potato. Please.
All right, board, start your watches. Start your stopwatches. My name is Kelly Donlan. I'm here with the County Counsel's Office, and joining me is Wendy Strimling. Wendy Strimling is a former Assistant County Counsel. She's now graciously with us as a retired annuitant. And Wendy works on special projects for us. One such project is why we're here today. It's for you all to consider increasing County Council's portion of certain land use fees, and Wendy will detail that. I wanted to add for you that under planning and zoning law, consideration of these fees does require a notice public hearing. That's why we're here today presenting this and didn't just put it on consent. So with that, I will pass it to Wendy Strimling to very briefly cover this item.
Thank you, Kelly, and good afternoon, Chair Lopez. Hello, supervisors. Nice to see many of you again. I'm going to make this very fast. Local governments are allowed under state law to charge fees for processing land use applications as long as the fees do not exceed the estimated reasonable cost of providing the service for which the fee is charged. And the board has approved these types of fees for many years now. And these fees cover many departments, mostly HCD and building department. But County Council has a small portion of those fees, and these fees are all set forth in the Monterey County fee resolution in different articles for different departments. County Council's article is Article 17. We used to come every couple years together, but County Council has not comprehensively updated its fees since 2019. The only fee that was updated since then was a cannabis permit fee. So it's long overdue. So the 4 changes we're basically recommending is to update our hourly rate. The last time the hourly rates are based from 2018 rates. So we're updating that to July 2024 rate for Deputy County Counsel 4, Step 7. We are changing the condition compliance fee to basically align with a change that HCD made last year, which is, we've gone back and forth about whether it should be a flat fee or an hourly fee, but HCD turned it back into a flat fee, so that's what we're doing too. As many of you know, some of the fees for land use are deposit fees, which are like a time and materials fee where the applicant provides a deposit and then they're billed subsequently. But that is difficult in terms of collection and administration and coordination between HCD, which is the point of collection, and all the other departments. So our proposal is that we would convert most county council fees to just a flat fee that's paid up front. And this is going to provide greater certainty to applicants. It's going to help reduce collection and administration times for both county council and HCD. And then what this results in is some fee adjustments, mostly increases because of the hourly rate, but there are also some decreases due to time adjustments and this change from deposit fees to flat fees. I have a couple of examples. In the interest of time, I'm going to jump over those, unless you would like to come back to them. This action is statutorily exempt from CEQA because it's basically a fiscal activity that doesn't involve any commitment to any specific project. And we did go to the Budget Committee last week. It was on consent, and it went through. They recommend this action. And so our recommended action is that the board adopt a resolution, which is in your packet, and the actions are to find that the action is statutorily exempt from CEQA, and you would amend Article 17 of the Monterey County fee resolution relating to County Council land use permit application fees. I think I came in under 5
Not
minutes.
bad, 4 minutes. But who's counting? All right, with that, the hearing
25 years
is
of
open.
experience.
So with the public hearing being open, we'll open the floor to the public, see if there's any input from the public on this item. I see no one in room. No hands up going up via Zoom, so we'll close the public hearing, bring it back. Any questions from the dais or comments?
I'm happy to make a motion.
I've got a motion. Is there a second? All right, I'll take the second from Alejo. I've got a motion and a second. It was Church and Alejo. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? The motion carries. Thank you.
Thank
Well
you.
done. All under 5. All right. We're going to recess to closed session, and we will be back at 1:30 for the ADU item on North County Big Sur. Thanks. Here it is after time, so let the record reflect at 1:34 p.m. that all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Church and Askew joining us shortly. I'm going to ask the interpreter, Kenya Cobos, to give us the announcement from her services.
Yes, good afternoon. Buenas tardes. Con el fin de interpretar claramente su comentario público, por favor, hable lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo le escuche. Por favor, hacer pausas al final de sus oraciones para asegurar de que yo tenga la oportunidad de interpretar antes de seguir adelante. Y, por favor, no interrumpan mientras estoy hablando. Gracias. Thank you.
Mil gracias, Kenya. With that, we're going to proceed. First item this afternoon is item 11, Coastal Zone Updated Accessory Dwelling Unit and Junior Accessory Dwelling Unit Regulations. For that presentation, we're going to go to, I have Edgar here on the agenda, but I see Melanie with him, so we'll hand it over to the team.
Can you share staff? Oh, there you go.
Thanks. While we're getting technology worked out, I'm Melanie Beretti with Housing and Community Development Department, and today presenting is Edgar Sanchez with Housing and Community Development for agenda item number 11, consideration of accessory dwelling unit and junior accessory dwelling unit regulations in the coastal zone.
Awesome. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Edgar Sanchez, and I'm the project planner for REF 240016 Coastal ADU Regulation Updates. Today's requested action is that the Board of Supervisors find the project statutorily exempt from CEQA, adopt the resolution of intent to amend the Monterey County Local Coastal Program by adopting applicable land use plans, and adopt an ordinance to update regulations for accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units in compliance with the Coastal Act, and direct staff to submit the proposed updates to the California Housing and Community Development Department and the California Coastal Commission for review and certification. So the state of California recognizes ADUs and JADUs as a valuable form of affordable by design housing option. In recognition of these benefits, the state planning and zoning law governing ADUs and JADUs has been updated multiple times over the last several years with the intent to remove barriers and streamline the approval process for these units that will increase affordable by design housing stock. The preparation, adoption, amendment, and implementation of local ADU and JADU ordinances must be carried out consistent with government code. For this update, our approach has been to align these regulations with both the state housing laws and the Coastal Act, with the goal of protecting coastal resources while also reducing obstacles to building ADUs and JADUs. To provide some history on the amendments made to the ADU regulations in the past, the county updated ADU regulations in 2011 and 2015, with the 2015 regulations still in effect today in the coastal zone. Subsequent state law changes prompted further updates in 2020, where county updated the ADU and the JADU regulations in both the Title 21 inland zoning and the Title 20 coastal zoning. While both the inland and the coastal updates were adopted by the Board of Supervisors, the coastal updates were never certified by the California Coastal Commission. The California Coastal Commission staff suggested modifications to the county staff that would make the county's local coastal program amendments relating to ADUs and JADUs more consistent with the requirements of the Coastal Act. And this brings us to our current process, where we're updating ADU and JADU regulations to ensure consistency across state and the Coastal Act. So I want to provide some distinctions between the two unit types. For accessory dwelling units, these units can be up to 1,200 square feet. They can be attached, detached, converted from already existing structures. These units must have independent facilities for cooking, sanitation, and sleeping, and they cannot have an internal circulation with the main residence. There's no owner occupancy requirements and no deed restriction placed on these units. On the other hand, we have junior accessory dwelling units. These units can be up to 500 square feet, fully contained within the walls of a single family dwelling. And they may share a bathroom and central systems, but they must have an independent efficiency kitchen. They may also have an internal circulation with the main residence, and there is owner occupancy and deed restriction placed on these units. So in addition to the updated definitions, the state legislation updated other components related to the development of ADUs, which include the revised development standards such as height allowances, size requirements, and setbacks. ADUs cannot be precluded by lot size, parcel density, and unit cap requirements. And ADUs and JDUs will not be allowed to be used as vacation rentals. State requires a 31-day rental period. Additionally, ADUs cannot be sold separately. State law provides criteria for when these units can be sold, which is included in our ordinance today. Most notably, the ADU or the primary dwelling has to have been built by or developed by a qualified nonprofit corporation. So newly constructed ADUs up to 800 square feet, the state is making it a point that whenever lot coverage, floor area ratio, or front setback precludes the ADU up to 800 square feet, these development standards can be waived to accommodate for the ADU. ADU applications cannot be denied due to the correction of non-conforming zoning conditions, building code violations, or unpermitted structures on the property that do not present a threat to health and safety and are not affected by the construction of an ADU or a JADU. So according to the new state planning and zoning law, the permitting agency must approve or deny the application to create an ADU or a JDU within 60 days from the date the agency receives a completed application, provided there is already an existing single family or a multiple family dwelling on that lot. So currently, the ADU regulations specify that ADUs are allowed in the following residential zoning districts, which are here up on the slide. However, state law requires that ADUs and JADUs be allowed in the zoning districts that permit single-family and multiple-family residential uses. Therefore, during this update, ADUs and JADUs will be allowed in the previously allowed residential zoning districts and in the following districts, as these districts do allow for residential single-family and multiple-family uses on these lots. So according to the new state planning and zoning law, local governments can establish minimum and maximum size requirements for both attached and detached ADUs by ordinance. In the Carmel area, North County, and the Del Monte Forest land use plan areas, the proposed ordinance stipulates that newly constructed attached and detached ADUs, as well as conversion of legally constructed accessory structures, must not exceed the 1,200 square feet. For the protection of coastal resources, the Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan, and in any area with a B8 combining zoning district overlay, there's a stricter size limitation due to the known constraints that exist. Here, newly constructed attached and detached ADUs and conversions of legally constructed accessory structures must not exceed 1,000 square feet. Across all planning areas, JADUs will be allowed, but will be limited to the 500 square feet. And ADUs created through the conversion of existing space within the main structure must not exceed 50% of the total square footage of the existing main structure. The limitation on the number of ADUs has been updated and now categorizes the lots with multiple family dwelling and separately, and provides an altered variation for allowed units. So parcels with an existing or a proposed single family dwelling, they're allowed one ADU and one JADU. Parcels with a proposed multiple family dwelling are allowed 2 detached ADUs. And parcels with an existing multiple family dwelling are allowed 2 detached ADUs. And they're also allowed ADUs within, ADUs within for up to 25% of the total number of units in the existing family dwelling. Yeah, and I just want to note there was a errata memo that was circulated prior to the meeting and issued a correction for the update that recently went into effect in January 2025. And this update for existing multiple family dwellings, state law requires that we allow up to 8 detached ADUs for existing multiple family dwellings. So in an effort to streamline the permit process for applicants and our county departments, the proposed ordinance has established a 3-tier approval process for ADUs based on their impact. In the first tier, certain ADUs may be exempt from needing a coastal permit if they meet the requirements of the local coastal program and are among the unit types specified in the California Code of Regulations, section 13250. These unit types include JADUs, attached ADUs, and ADUs created by converting existing spaces. In the second tier, ADUs that don't meet the California Code of Regulations, section 13250, criteria will require a coastal administrative permit. This includes newly detached ADUs. And finally, in addition to these tiers, a full coastal development permit may be required if the project includes elements that trigger a permit under other sections of Monterey County Code or the California Code of Regulations, section 13250. So new state planning and zoning law requires that local development standards and design review be solely based on the objective standards to harmonize state law and the protection of scenic and visual resources as required by the Coastal Act. ADUs within the Del Monte Forest, the Carmel area, and the Big Sur Coast planning areas. And those areas that have a design control combining district overlay will be required to obtain a design approval permit. So state and planning and zoning law allows local agencies to impose parking standards for ADUs and JADUs to avoid conflicts regarding parking requirements for ADUs as they may impact public access. County staff have worked with California Coastal Commission staff to identify and map specific neighborhoods and locations where there is a high visitor demand on public on-street parking and that is needed for coastal access, and to specify the parking requirements for such area. There are areas mapped of the Carmel Point and the Carmel River State Beach where ADU parking needs may have an impact on public access due to the high recreational use levels along the scenic road corridor and the lack of parking and other support facilities. On the parcels mapped in the green, these parcels are required to provide off-street parking for ADUs, and parcels outside of the mapped area will not be required to provide off-street parking for ADUs. So now going into the updates to the land use plans. In the Big Sur Coast land use plan area, there is added language to encourage JADUs in the plan as an additional means of providing housing opportunities. In addition, in working with the Big Sur Ad Hoc Committee, the amendment also proposes a 90-day minimum rental duration period for ADUs to ensure that these units are used for long-term residential purposes and to avoid monthly vacation rentals. The new regulations would also prohibit ADUs within the Big Sur critical viewshed to ensure consistency with the Big Sur land use plan scenic and resource policies, and a 50-unit cap on ADUs will be removed from this plan to ensure consistency with state law. In the Carmel area land use plan, the language will be updated to include language to encourage JADUs as a means of providing housing opportunities, and the 40-acre minimum parcel requirement for the development of ADUs, which currently exists within our plan, will be removed. In the North County Land Use Plan, it will be amended to add language to allow accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units as a means of providing additional housing opportunities. ADUs and JADUs will also be required to incorporate additional water conservation standards within this area, and these units will not be counted towards the build-out limitations of the North County Land Use Plan. So today, as I mentioned previously, we submitted an errata memo with additional edits to incorporate new state updates on ADU regulations, which took effect in January of 2025. Based on these updates, staff recommends that these changes in the proposed amendment before you today be considered, along with the complete amendment. The language clarifies that when a multiple family dwelling unit exists on a parcel, up to 8 detached ADUs may be allowed, but the number of detached ADUs cannot exceed the number of existing units already on the lot. Additionally, there was clarification on what was considered livable space. As a result, the definition was added to our ordinance to be consistent with state law and provides clarity for applicants. Livable space is intended for human habitation. Today, we also received some public comment regarding the ADU ordinance. Staff have reviewed the comments and don't feel that we would like to incorporate any of the edits into the ordinance today. So the next steps are as follows. If the board chooses to adopt the amendments, staff will follow the direction of the California Coastal Commission and the State Housing and Community Development, which require that draft local coastal program amendments implementing ADU law to be submitted to the State of Housing and Community Development for review before local adoption and submission to the California Coastal Commission. Staff plans to submit the amendments to state HCD within 60 days of the board adoption to ensure alignment with state law. Once state HCD provides comments and confirms consistency, the amendments will be submitted to the California Coastal Commission for certification. So today it is recommended that the Board of Supervisors find the project statutorily exempt from CEQA, adopt a resolution of intent to amend the Monterey County Local Coastal Program by updating applicable land use plans, and adopt an ordinance to update regulations for accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units in compliance with the Coastal Act, and direct staff to submit the proposed updates to the California Housing and Community Development Department and California Coastal Commission for review and certification. This concludes staff presentation, and we are available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Edgar. I'm going to go to Supervisor Daniels first, and then Supervisor Church.
Thank you. I have one question, but I'll just preface my question with I'm in an interesting position to have gone through this very long process with the Planning Commission and then the public hearings to get us to the place that we're at today with the coastal ordinance. So I'm very familiar with it, and I'm glad we're here. This is awesome. I do want to ask one question, because I got some public comment that is not, I don't believe, in here, and I can't find it, but it was regarding the Carmel Area Land Use Plan, and it came with some, it came basically with a recommendation not to adopt the policy, and I just want, I'm hoping staff can clarify that the state law really precludes us from having things like a 40-acre minimum in the Carmel Area Land Use Plan. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So, and so what we're doing is trying to conform with state law while at the same time also ensuring that we are consistent with the Coastal Act and the local coastal programs.
That is
okay.
Correct.
That was just the clarification I wanted, because there's options for us today, perhaps, but most are limited. Thank you.
Supervisor Church.
Sure. Edgar, could you bring up the slide that had the ADU and JDU descriptions on there, please? I have a question. It was one of the first slides. There we go. Yeah. So I'm looking at this, and as I understand, so an ADU can be attached or detached. And a JDU, it says may share bathroom and central central systems, but it could have a separate bathroom and central system onto that way. So my question is, if you have a JDU that has an independent bathroom and central system and kitchen, how is that different from an attached ADU?
I think the state kind of differentiation between the two units is the size of the unit. JDUs are limited to the 500 square feet, and they're fully built within already existing structures. So you can't expand the single-family dwelling to accommodate for the JADU. As with ADUs, you could build an attached to your single-family dwelling to build the ADU. Oh. It just really comes down to the size.
But there is no minimum requirement for an ADU.
I
mean, it's just 500 for a JDU, but it's up to 1,200 or 1,000, as some might be, for an ADU. But you could have a 400 square foot ADU, for example, if you wanted, if I understand. So, but I think I understand. I just want to make sure I was clarifying onto that. But I understand, and thanks for identifying that, because I wanted to know how we were going to tell those apart. So you could essentially have two attached. You could have an attached ADU to a house and an attached JDU to a house.
Right.
Okay.
If I may just elaborate, I think one way to think about it in particular is the question of internal circulation and whether or not there's a owner occupancy requirement. Junior accessory dwelling units, they can and do have internal circulation, so they're really viewed as in support of the family there. And whereas accessory dwelling units are really intended to be units that could be fully independent, and a family that has no affiliation with the family is fully independent. So it's that level of independence of the units as well that distinguishes.
But as I see in here for a JDU, it does say may share. It could be independent as well. But I think, as Edgar pointed out, the size would have an impact on there. So that helps clarify that, and I appreciate that. I don't think I have a question at this point. I'll save everything else for comments.
Supervisor, ask you any questions or comments? All right, let's go out to the public. At this time, we invite folks to come forward in room or raise their hand via Zoom in order to be recognized. We invite folks to use *9 if you're on a landline, and the reactions tab is where you'll find the raise hand function. If you're on Zoom, we'll start with folks in the room. Seeing someone approaching, we'll go ahead and give you the floor.
I thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm representing a resident from North Monterey County, also president of North Monterey County LULAC. I did send a letter. I don't know if you guys received the letter to kind of share a little bit of history. And yes, we've been working with Supervisor Daniels from the very beginning. This effort's been over a year. I really appreciate the dialogue and all the support and the proactiveness that we've taken with Supervisor Church and Craig Spencer and getting to where we're at today. This is something that was brought up to our council on the housing crisis, and it was an issue that was brought to our attention. So especially after what happened in San Miguel, with all those families that were out there living in conditional living quarters. So conversations started happening. It was like, let's make it legit for people. When I found out that the coastal zone has all these restrictions, and I found out it was just the land use plan that needed to be revised. So I really appreciate learning the process and going through, working together collaboratively. And I really appreciate the fact that this is resolving an issue to really help with the housing shortage. But I also wrote some words that I want to make sure that I acknowledge, because the prices are skyrocketing. And this really helps, with the community of making affordable housing, and also for the middle and the lower income income families. But also, it's also affordable housing and stability to have a diverse and inclusive community, along with generational wealth. And I think, in this time and age, with the cost of living and this being able to have an opportunity for, our parents, our children, to be able to continue to live in this area because of the cost of living, unfortunately they go outside of this area. So we're really happy that we've come to this table today after all the hard work that, the planning department did and the planning commission, all the dialogue, we learned a lot. But in conclusion, I really urge the approval and the support of this ADU. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Anyone else in the room? Don't be shy.
Hello, everyone. Jordan Caballero, a North County resident most of my life, and served in different capacities from the Rec and Park District Board to LULAC with Martha and the team. I do want to thank the staff, especially Craig, and also the supervisors and planning commissioners that helped get it to this point. We understand that you're juggling the balance of environmental concerns, of jurisdictional issues with the state and federal government, And we also understand, I wish it wasn't, but we understand that it's mixed with District 5 and District 2 as far as some of the issues in Big Sur and Carmel are very different than what we're dealing with in North County. But I understand that some of those decisions have to be combined. Most of what when we've talked to the community, most people's concern is just freedom to do what they want with their property, obviously within reason. So we're not talking about large-scale commercial development. We're talking about plans that make sense. When people in Castroville, which is a densely populated community where there's ADU concerns as far as parking and traffic and space issues, versus people that are in the Moss Landing or Prunedale area where they have plenty of space, sometimes more than 10 acres, and they can't build a property that their grandparents or that their children could live on. So that's kind of what brought a lot of this up for us in North County. So we hope that this can move forward, and we hope that it can be common sense, where we have that balance of protecting the environment, navigating all the governmental issues, and primarily providing flexibility for homeowners and opportunity for housing for the community, which is greatly needed in North County. So we thank you guys for all your work.
Thank you, Mr. Caballero. Anybody else in the room? All right, seeing nobody else in the room, we're going to go to Zoom. We'll have numbers called out now.
Jessica A.
Jessica, this is your time.
Hello? Yes, hello. My name is Jessica Ayala, and I live in rural North Monterey County, 325 Mayher Road. And I would really like to encourage the board to approve this ordinance. We're facing a housing crisis, and this is a step forward to bring balance to the community and personal wealth. The housing shortage is a major problem, forcing many families and people to live in dangerous conditions like unpermitted structures, cars, and even the streets. This is a big need in our community. We don't have enough housing at the moment. I can speak from my own personal experience. I have aging family members that I would like to bring on closer to me, to my property. And with this ordinance, I could make that happen. Also, it would give me the option later in the future, as I age, to move into my accessory dwelling and rent out my main primary household without having to move out of my property. So please support this ordinance. And I'd like to thank the staff and everyone involved in making this possible. Thank you for your good work. This benefits our community as a whole, and please approve this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Ana Cabrera.
Can you hear me? Yeah. I want to thank the Planning Commission for helping make this happen. And now also thank you, Supervisor Daniels, for being here with the supervisor team and the rest of the team, and Supervisor Church for representing us out in North County. This has been a lot of effort to make it happen. So thank you for everybody that has participated in this process. As a resident of North County and also a person that has grown up in the area, I have seen the shift over the years in the amount of housing demand for living here. So I think this would be huge for us to be able to have the path to be able to build ADUs to the standards that need to be built, as opposed to what's currently existing, which is some places do have pseudo ADUs, and people are living there crammed in spaces. And more than anything, I think about the students that are growing up in the area and what we can do to provide safe and secure housing up to standards for them. So it's really a question of not whether or not it's happening, because it's already happening, but whether or not we can make it safe for them, particularly the kids in the K-12 system that need this the most to grow up in good communities. So I really appreciate the support that has been done and the continued support that you have, that you're putting in this effort. It means a lot to the community and for all of us that have grown up around here and want to see it develop in the right direction. it also means a lot to us. So thank you again for making this happen, and everybody involved, including the planning department. Thanks.
Thank you. Next.
Adam Penteritz.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors and staff. My name is Adam Pinteritz. I represent the Monterey County Association of Realtors, and I'm here to urge you to do everything you can for housing and to make ADUs a feasible part of the housing solution. I know all of you care about housing and housing affordability, and as you know, the number one contributing factor to the affordability problem is the lack of inventory. We've all just recently been, not just the county, but all of the jurisdictions have gone through their housing element process. And so we see the picture very clearly that we have a long ways to go before we have anywhere near adequate housing for the needs of the workforce and the working families of Monterey County. We have a long way to go. We really cannot afford to leave anything off the table. And so for that reason, I think it is urgent for the people of Monterey County, your constituents, that you please make this as feasible as possible to be part of the solution. So I hope you'll take that into consideration. I appreciate all your hard work, and as well as the hard work of the planning commissioners. I know that anytime anything involving the Coastal Commission, it gets touchy, but I would ask you to put the people of Monterey County first and put the housing that we need first. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam.
That's it.
All right, last call. Not seeing any other hands.
Oh, somebody just.
Oh, no. There you go. No, yes, no, maybe. Hey. All right. Doors closed. All right, we're going to go to Supervisor Church. Any comments or questions at this time? Or a motion?
Well, yeah. Sorry, you caught me a little bit off guard here, but I was formulating things. Very supportive of this. I think is probably one of the biggest requests I know I've heard out in my district is just to make this easier and more prevalent in whatever we can do. So I know it's taken years to get to this path there. So it's great to be here. Let's just say that today. Couple of things that, from looking at what we have, that want to throw out here as consideration. And first, as we're trying to go with affordability, my concern is that the county and other agencies in the county are going to have some steep fees they're going to put onto here, because I believe we're basically set forth per dwelling on fees. And so my question would be for a JDU, for an ADU, is do we have fees that are going to be for the permitting that's going to be less than for a regular house, or is it being viewed pretty much that way? And then I know we probably don't have the people here to answer this, but I'm wondering about other fees that come up from school districts and elsewhere, if those fees are going to probably be similar to a house, single family dwelling.
Yeah, generally for the fees for ADUs and JADUs, we have depending on if they require a coastal permit, we have the coastal permit fee for that. The intent with having the tier process is to hopefully kind of nudge people into developing to less coastal resources and developing something that doesn't fully meet the coastal permit process. But in terms of additional fees, there is exceptions for whenever a unit size below 750, there's no school impact fees. There is waived utility fees for those kind of smaller units. Additionally, we do have our pre-approved plans within the county, which anyone throughout the unincorporated county can use. And that is a substantial kind of savings on terms of the design aspect of it. But yeah, from the building side of it, I think it differentiates like JDUs. If you're converting already existing structures, the fee depends on the building calculator that we have in our website. and it differentiates if it's a new structure or already existing space.
Okay. So that's helpful. I don't want to delay the implementation of this, but I think it would be perhaps helpful if we could look at ways which we can reduce the fees on these units, because we're trying to have affordability. I know we've discussed at times here on the board about having all dwellings basically be measured on a fee schedule that was related to square feet and not by unit, which would be helpful in this regard. I don't know, Craig, you act like you want to say something, so I don't want to jump in ahead of the chair, but...
No, it's fine. But while we have this conversation, Edgar, do you mind putting up the slide of recommendations, only because it is slightly different than what's on the cover of the agenda packet? And go ahead, Craig.
Yeah, I was going to jump in, but Edgar handled it very well. ADUs that are 750 square feet or less are by state law, exempt from impact fees. So those ADUs that are greater than 750 square feet, attached or detached, do come with impact fees. So we have, as Edgar mentioned, the pre-approved ADU plans that include a design model that is 750 square feet. We have some that are more as well. In terms of the fees, with this, we're talking about the coastal regulations, so we did try to exempt from planning review new ADUs. There is a Coastal Act rule that new detached structures require coastal development permits. We simplified that to a coastal administrative permit that hopefully has reduced fees. That is required by Coastal Commission through their adopted regulations. So we did have those negotiations and try to exempt them from that level. All the new construction will require building permits, and we're doing a review of our permit fees in general, and we'll be back before the board with that update.
So, Craig, if just a few more questions here, then is this something in the power of the county here to expand the not having impact fees up to 750 square feet up to 1,200, or is that state law?
In some cases, yes. So there are different impact fees. We collect a Monterey County traffic impact fee that we have control over. We also collect on behalf of Transportation Agency for Monterey County, TAMC, regional impact fees, which we don't have as much control over. We're not collecting the school fees on behalf of the school district, so we don't really have control over that. So to some extent, yes, but most of the fees that are impact related aren't really HCD or the county fees, other than that local traffic impact fee.
I'll share, Glenn, just having built 1,200 square feet, I think my fees were somewhere in the neighborhood of $27,000 to nearly $30,000 by the time we were done with ours, right? That's a 1,200 square foot ADU. That included school fees, permit fees, and all else. We did change those after I went through the process. It was part of when I first joined the board, like, how do we change this process and make it easier? And when we did a new estimate on it, I think we got it down to about 12 to 13 that it would have been. So we brought it down historically, but it's still not, there's still room.
But we're down to about 12 or 13 now, is what you're thinking?
I'm not sure where we are today. Okay. That's where it was based on, obviously, we have an escalating fee schedule that goes up over time, so I'm not sure where we are today, but that's where it was when we modified it 5-6 years ago.
Okay. My other question or potential motion direction here would be, there are a lot of parcels out in the county inland and on the coastal that have multiple legal dwellings on them, single-family dwellings. And I know the current proposal here is that you only have one, maybe you have 3 legal single-family homes on a 20-acre parcel, but you can only put one ADU down there, and you can only put one JDU on with those 3 homes. I'm quite aware it wouldn't fly to have multiple ADUs in the coastal zone. That's, for that, but I would like to, see if the board would be willing to entertain here the thought of maybe, and if we could get this through the coastal zone, is maybe having an allowable JDU for each legal dwelling on a parcel. And your opinion on that, or whether or not you think that would apply, and also it would be really great to apply this to the inland areas too, if it does work in the coastal.
Look at Edgar here to see if he has any thoughts.
Yeah, so generally with state law, it kind of ties down the number of ADUs and JDUs to the parcel. For example, like in that case that you have multiple single-family dwellings on a single parcel, it would allow for the one ADU and the one JDU. State law is a little bit more stricter on the amount of JDUs. For example, you can't have a JDU within a multiple family dwelling, and you can't have multiple JDUs even if you have two with single family dwellings. The way that it kind of would work, if you have one ADU already, and if your parcel meets the density requirements, you'd be potentially just building another additional dwelling. But yeah, I see the point that you're making is good, and
so just to be clear, would you? Is there anything the county can do to allow a JDU on each of those single-family dwellings?
So I don't think we're precluded from making changes. There's minimum standards in state law, and if you have existing legal dwelling units, those count towards density. This ADUs and JDUs do not count towards density at a site. And you're creating a junior accessory dwelling unit within the confines of those existing structures, that might be something we could consider adding. In North County, coastal in particular, there would need to be a discussion with the Coastal Commission staff because of the concerns related to water supply.
So I'm happy to make a motion to accept the recommendations as they are, but I would like to attach on maybe just to have staff come back about this with the JDUs, and also anything we can do to reduce impact fees or any other fees, and what, because I realize I'm throwing this question out here and you're not an encyclopedia that you can go to page 482 and give me the answer. So that would be what I would like to add to a motion there, is just to have this come back at some point.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second to approve the recommendations 1 through 5 with an additional direction to staff to come back with clarification as requested by Supervisor Church on JADUs and the possibility of adding additional allowances around those. So that'll come back at a future date to the board, right? Inevitably, it's going to have to go back to Planning Commission and route through, but you want to start here with the board.
Well, I want to see what's feasible. I think should come back to the board first to just see what options we have, and also on the impact and other fees and what we can ever do.
So I got a motion from Church, a second from Alejo. I'll go on the motion to Alejo, and then we'll go to Askew.
Yeah, I just wanted, I'm not comfortable just adding it in without the thorough analysis, not only from our staff, but our county council, to make sure that any allowances are in conformity with state law and with the Coastal Commission, because the last thing you want to do is approve something and then there'll be some person litigating against any change if it doesn't comply, or if we haven't done the proper environmental review or vetting of whatever changes, because they do have other impacts with water and other impacts to traffic and so on and so forth. So, and I just wanted to add, I thank to the community who helped on this. I would just looking back at September 17th, 2017 was one of my first referrals to streamline our ADU in our county. Since then, a lot of state laws have changed dramatically in this area. And then I think a part of that referral was even to come up with the 3 boilerplate pre-approved ADU models, and we just approved that in 2023. So it's been a slow, gradual process, but we made progress, and now to fine-tune the ADU ordinances in these particular areas, in this case, those that overlap with the jurisdiction of the Coastal Commission. So thank you to our staff. Edgar, thank you as well. I want to recognize our staff that are getting in the training of how to present and help us work through these very difficult issues. So thank you.
Supervisor Askew.
appreciate the public comment on this and the public work that went into guiding the Planning Commission. Appreciate your comments. And I do see this as being one step to help us increase our housing supply, specifically the housing supply of the type of housing that we're missing, which is that 750 to 1,500, 1,200 square feet homes that are being built where we already have existing infrastructure, where we have roads and community already in place. And so I think this is a step in the right direction. I acknowledge that as we navigate through, there are resource constraints that have to be balanced. And so I just want to acknowledge that we have that there are people expressing concerns to that point, and that we walk through that line carefully, but that we've got to build more housing. This is exactly what we've been saying we need, and it's where we need it. So fully supportive for those reasons. The one, as we continue the conversation and think about where and how we may be able to have fee waivers, the one thing that occurs to me and that I know many jurisdictions have looked at is if we are going to move in the direction of fee waivers for units over 750 feet, whatever that may look like, or even going beyond fee waivers and offering loans or grants to help people build out units that we know we need, the possibility of having affordability restrictions on those units so that we make sure we're getting those units available for those who need it. And that could look like partnerships through the Housing Authority so that those units are available for folks who have housing choice vouchers. There are models out there that I know are working in communities to help meet both our RHNA requirements as well as getting additional units available spread out in the community for our low-income members of the community who are desperately looking for landlords that are available to accept those housing choice vouchers. So it'd be something that I think as we think about offering reduced fees or even additional funding to help get these things built and available. How do we do this in a broader scope to make sure that we're making the units available to those who need them most? So, thank you.
Thank you. Final thoughts, Supervisor Daniels? All right.
I just want to clarify the motion, make sure everything's really crystal clear, and that is that the motion is to approve what we have right now, so we go ahead with that, and the other step is to look at a potential amendment down the line on a waiver of whatever fees we can do, and then whatever we can do on JDUs and the coastal zone, or even ADUs in the inland area, just to see what can be done potentially to maximize that when there's multiple single-family dwellings on a property.
And nobody knows more about multi-generational housing and ADUs than Supervisor Lopez.
So I'll say in wrapping here before calling for the vote, I want to thank the community for coming out today and for speaking to this item. I've seen the online social media encouragement to get more folks out engaged on this issue. It's something I've lived. For me, it's obviously I built one. My in-laws live in it. It is the best thing that's ever happened in my life to have that child care and familial support on the property with us. It's incredible to watch my kids who are 5 and 2 now grow up with their grandparents. It's such a big part of their life. Right, Grandpa loves to spend time taking care of the garden, and Dale knows the name of every plant on the property. And every time I look out and see Inez jumping on the trampoline, I worry about my mother-in-law's health because, you know, she's not the youngest person out there, and jumping on that trampoline is scary for me, so I can just imagine. But it's experiences that I know I would not have if it wasn't for the ability to have built that ADU on the property and to bring our family together in this way. And so I see the value. I've lived it. And for those of you considering it, I encourage it. It really has been such a beneficial force in my life and brought us so much happiness and joy. And so those are my reasons for supporting this and wanting to go further, even when I hear, you know, potential subsidies being part of that solution as we look forward to making this possible for more families within Monterey County. So thank you for your advocacy. Thank you for leaning in, and thank you for seeing this through. It's going to be an honor to vote for this today. With that, I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? The motion carries. Thank you very much, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
All right. With that, we've concluded item 11. We're going to jump into item 12, which is a referral matrix with new referrals. I'm going to turn that over to our CAO.
Yes, there is one new referral that's listed for today, and it is from Supervisor Alejo related to fracking, and specifically looking for an ordinance that would prohibit fracking in Monterey County. And fracking was a primary concern by the public in approving Measure Z. This referral is requesting that our county draft an ordinance that would prohibit fracking in Monterey County specifically. Such a measure will only ensure that fracking will not take place within our county, and will fulfill the will of the voters and will protect future generations in Monterey County and our environment. This has been assigned to our county council's team as a lead, and will be coming back at a future date.
Thank you, CEO. Any thoughts, Supervisor Alejo, at this time? Okay. All right, then at this point, I'm going to see if there's any public input on that. I see no one coming forward in room, no hands up via Zoom. We'll close public comment on that and go to item 13 to receive a preliminary response to referral 2418, seeking targeted grant funding and identifying a timeline for the build out of remaining space at Juvenile Hall. For that presentation, we're going to go to Jose Ramirez and John Snively.
Good afternoon, Chair Chris Church, members of the Boards of Supervisors, CAO De La Rosa, and County Council Susan Blitch, and members of the community. I'm Jose Ramirez, Interim Chief Probation Officer. Presenting today with me is going to be John Snively from Public Works, Facilities, and Parks. I'm here today to provide an update on referral number 2024.18, identification of funding, timeline for the Juvenile Hall build-out, update on the Juvenile Hall facility, service provision. We have identified 3 items requiring response in today's referral. Item 1, seek target grant funding and identify a timeline for the build-out of the remaining space of the Juvenile Hall facility in order to house populations currently at Juvenile Hall and the Youth Center. And then item 2, evaluate the possible relationship with Rancho Cielo as or the Monterey County Office of Education to provide vocational training programs for incarcerated juveniles. And then item 3 is review the repurposing of the Youth Center facility at 970 Circle Drive. So I will be covering item 1 and 2, and Mr. Snively will cover item 3. Item 1, upon receipt of the referral from Public Works, upon receipt of the referral, Public Works, Facility, and Parks staff reached out to contacts at the Board of Community Corrections, BSCC, and the California Department of Corrections, CDCR, requesting information on any current and future construction funding. Both BSCC and CDCR confirmed that there is no current future funding for the following opportunities for detention facility construction. Public Works also, Public Works staff also checked grant funding opportunities available with BSCC website, and as of December of 2024, and as of today, there is no grant funding. Some of the grant funding that was available in December of 2024, only 3 grant programs were available for community-based organizations to deliver reentry services, Indian tribes, and investigation and solve cases involving missing and murdered indigenous people, and violent prevention programs. Along with that, the probation department has also reached out to possible availability funding opportunities with the California Chief Probation Officers of California, or CPOC, California State Association of Counties, CSAC, and the CAO's Legislative Office, inquiring any grant funding and availability of the state level, and receive the same response, no known current plan opportunities. I have also expressed my concerns to the Office of the Youth Community Restoration, OYCR, during an interview I had on January 23rd about the lack of funding. To ensure that the juvenile hall build-out continues to be given consideration, I would like to recommend the Capital Improvement Program CIP project be added to an annual CIP report. The scope would generally consist of the build-out of the juvenile hall, high-security building, kitchen, laundry, storage. The original plan is part of the new juvenile hall project 8811. This would make it a more formal project in the CIP plan. It would address the periodic reviews and status reports through the capital improvement and the board of supervisors. Item 2, evaluate the possible relationship with Rancho Cielo as or the Monterey County Office of Education to provide vocational training programs for incarcerated youth. In December of 2024, we entered into an agreement with Rancho Cielo to provide vocational training for our in-custody youth. So probation recommends item 2 be considered complete. Please refer to attachment A for more information. And I will be passing it over to Mr. Snively.
Thank you, Chief. John Snively with Public Works Facilities and Parks. And I, along with other staff with Public Works Facilities and Parks, have been working closely with the probation department to try and provide a response to the referral and make sure that this stays on our radar and we can address the items that have been presented in it. And so for item 3, the request to look at alternate uses for the 970 Circle site. We are recommending that that analysis be considered as part of our upcoming facilities master plan project. We have been in communication with Gensler, our consultant. We've indicated that we want that added to the scope of work, and we would like to see that in this first phase of reporting to the Board of Supervisors, which is scheduled to be later this calendar year. Any recommendations that could come out of that could be incorporated into our capital improvement program if need be to identify capital improvement needs. We can also work with our real property specialist team to keep track of that as we consider vacating that site and alternate uses for it. But by leveraging the facilities master plan, we're saving staff on duplicate efforts, and we're also getting a holistic view of all the county's needs when we consider that space and how it might fit into the greater Salinas area. So with that, I'll conclude my comments on item 3. I'll turn it back over to the Chief.
That concludes our presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, first of all, as a maker of this referral, this is I filed the first referral exactly 9 years ago plus. January 2017, me and Supervisor Simon Salinas. But I have to admit, I agree with our new Chief of Probation, Ramirez, and past Chief Keating, our CAO. Our staff, a lot has changed since then. I get that. So this is about keeping status quo meanwhile, but it's really being smart and strategic on if you want to repurpose the youth center sometime in the future, we got to finish what the needs are at the juvenile hall. Obviously, for the public, we had to scale back that project and to add more space and add the dining, the kitchen, the wash facilities, the storage, all the things that you mentioned. Then we have more possibilities, right? I do recognize the state law change. We do recognize the Department of Juvenile Justice is no longer taking youth, that they are staying local, and those youth are staying for a very long time at the juvenile hall. That didn't happen before. But so I want us to be strategic. The money's not available yet. Hopefully the economy gets better and more grants for counties like ours will be available. So that's what this is intended. When those opportunities come, let's try to draw those funding down, build out the juvenile hall, build out a more secure facility for those higher risk young offenders. And then it allows us to have a conversation about what we could do with the youth center. And the possibility there also is, and these are real projects that have happened in our county when there was money. The youth center, for example, could be one of the legislative member requests. It's a budget request from the legislators. Hebron Heights Youth Center, Community Center, is being it got demolished, completely rebuilt with an $8 million grant that Assemblymember Rios was able to get. So in the future, if this is part of our plan, long-term plan, if we target it when we see that there's more money available and legislators are taking member requests, this could be one of those projects that we could bring another community center to East Salinas in an neighborhood that doesn't have those amenities, and many other things could be done there as well. But for me, that's just a vision. Is like there could be possibilities, but you got to start lining it as well, and you got to be practical. You got to be real with the limitations that we have, and I think that's why we pivoted on this referral to one I think that makes more sense to the time that we live in today than we were 9 years ago. So I look forward to keep an eye on this and look out for those opportunities, and when they arise, then to be able to use our team, our grants writer and our legislative team to try to make those stars align for this to occur in the future. So thank you, Chief. Thank you to our staff. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, not seeing any other comments on the dais at this time. We'll go to the public. Any public input on this item? I see no one in the room. I see a hand up via Zoom. We'll go to folks joining us via Zoom first.
Kathy?
Kathy, the floor is yours.
Hi, this is Kathy Durbin. Chair Lopez, you went really fast on the first referral that I have a comment on. Can I go ahead with that?
Sorry, we're done with that. You can submit written comments.
Well, there was no time to raise my hand, and I've been listening for several hours.
I'm sorry, we're done with that item now. We're here. You can submit written comment on that one.
That's it.
All right, seeing no other hands up via Zoom, we'll go ahead and close public comment at this time for this referral response. Thank you very much, John, Chief, appreciate you. And we're gonna go to the next item, item 14, which is a referral response to 2417 from Church regarding the establishment of a structured approach to assessing the economic impacts on housing before adopting new county ordinances.
Thank you, Supervisors, and good afternoon. My name is Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development. I don't have a presentation formally to provide, but I'll just briefly go over the preliminary response to the referral. The referral was asking if Housing and Community Development could establish an economic impact assessment protocol for bringing forward new ordinances and regulations to ensure that the supervisors and the public are aware of the impacts of any particular ordinance or regulation on housing and the residents of the county. We have gone back and examined our capabilities of doing that. The economic impact assessment we are able to do in-house currently would be a qualitative assessment. You've all read hundreds, if not thousands, of board reports, and each time we have sections on finance, we have sections on strategic initiatives. So what we could do and are proposing to do is add a section on the housing impacts assessment. And I provided an example within your staff report. The example of the housing accessory dwelling unit that just happened would be that is something that will benefit housing within the county. There are a couple of choice limiting things within it, maybe like needing to have water efficiency measures in North County and some triggers for permitting. But in general, we can qualitatively analyze the impacts and describe what those are of each of our ordinances. I've given some high-level topics of things when we require permitting, discretionary permitting that includes more risk and more cost in the permitting. When we have impact fees and assessments, that makes things more expensive. And a number of other things that can impact either the ease or difficulty in developing housing within the county. I do want to say that we don't currently have within HCD the capability of doing a qualitative economic impact assessment. In other words, we can't very easily determine what the price or put a number or value on the impact of any particular regulation. That would be something a lot more complicated, but we could explore that if that were the direction of the board. What we're proposing is just a qualitative assessment with our knowledge of how permitting and housing are intertwined. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer. We're going to go to Supervisor Church.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the great analysis and preliminary report that you put out. You covered all the bases on there. And just to make it completely clear, definitely did not want quantitative. Here we go. I'm getting my. I want to make sure I'm saying the right thing. We don't need those hard numbers like that, and that was the intention of it. Also, the referral didn't specifically say that HCD had to do all this either. I think it was referred to HCD, but it did just say that we have this as a board report, and so this can be decided on what the best way to do this, but it seems that it might be best to go to whatever department is doing this to come up with some kind of a report along this line. This came up because I felt when we pass ordinances, we set some policy forth that it's good to see the impact on housing costs. We just had that discussion on ADUs and JDUs, for example. So this lets it always be right there for the board members to see and take into consideration. And we don't need something really super specific on this, and that's again why I think you have the capability probably to do it now. Part of what I'm looking at here is actually going to be something similar to what Fresno County did at one point with impact on jobs. And there's nobody better to talk about Fresno County and what they've done than our own CAO. So if, Sonia, if you would maybe give an explanation of what used to be presented to the board there.
I think what you're recommending is actually in line with what we did in the county of Fresno years ago. This is something that eventually phased out of the report. But on the actual report that comes to the board, there was a section that specifically said, the impact to job creation, and the department that was bringing the item forward would say whether or not there was going to be an impact to job creation, whether you were going to add, lose, or change the job. So in this instance, it would be that question: what is the impact to housing development? And the answer is, it assists, it impacts the ability to whatever it might to do whatever it is, right? So it really is just answering that question, similar to what we did with jobs. It creates, it deletes, it modifies, one of those three things, and it's just a thought was put into it that by creating this is potentially the impact. Not very comprehensive, but just the overall potential impact.
And that would be my line of thought on this, that maybe, yes, this has no impact on costs, or maybe it's a minor impact, or maybe it's significant impact, so something along that line.
All right, Supervisor Daniels.
Yes, just one question, and I'm wondering if there are any implemented or unimplemented portions of the 2010 general plan that might get at this question. Is there a way to address what this referral is looking for? I'm not remembering all the unimplemented parts, or I would just list them. Is there something that would address this?
No, not in this kind of context. There's a lot of general plan implementation items that will have an impact, or good or bad, on housing opportunities and costs. But there isn't anything that I can think of. Might have to go back and review my general plan again, but that includes a policy that requires that analysis to happen as part of ordinance consideration.
And again, it's just off the top of my head, and had I prepared this question, I would know exactly what I'm asking you. But is there I'm just thinking of some of the portions of the plan that have not been implemented yet that might ask for us to have, what's the portion that's not been implemented that asks us to make an analysis on impacts in advance of doing a development? The development
evaluation system.
That's exactly the one I'm thinking of. The development, the DES. Would the DES at all address this question in regards to developments? Ordinances can be of a variety of different things, but if it was an ordinance that may add development, would the DES look to the impacts on residents as part of the analysis?
No. I could say a lot more about that. The general plan tries to direct housing to community areas and rural centers. And getting those plans adopted, Chular is one of the plans we have beginning to work on, would help create housing. The development evaluation system is a policy that's intended to discourage housing outside of those community areas and rural centers. So the development evaluation system itself would be a negative impact on housing.
Got it.
Because it's intended to provide a process, pass or fail, to review development applications outside of the areas where we want to encourage housing. And it kind of intentionally discourages the housing outside of those areas.
But encourages them in a roundabout way to the locations where the general plan has identified.
Yes.
Are good for housing. Okay, thank you very much.
Supervisor Askew.
Yeah. So we've kind of like bounced around ideas like this in the past, right? Like I know Chris and we've talked about, how could we have some sort of like legislative office and assessment on, like an LAO review, fiscal review of items before they come before us. Our staff reports really do kind of get at that. We've found sort of these ideas before, and I think I hear or I'm reading that's kind of what I see this referral asking for. And to be like really honest, the challenges that I see us faced with, especially when we're talking about housing and community development, like we have a very real staffing challenge, and we have a very real set of priority projects and task list that is set on the department, this specific department right now, many of our departments, but HCD specifically. And it's not lost on me that anything we add to the list for Craig and his team means that projects that I've been waiting a really long time for in District 4 are likely to be the ones that come off the bottom of that list for a longer delay. And other projects that we collectively as a county really prioritize and want to see move forward are likely going to be delayed further. So in process and in theory and in concept, I absolutely agree with this. And I will say from a values perspective, I know in my office and for our district, we've done sort of an internal assessment of what are the values, what are the projects, what are the issues that we want to see worked on and the needle moved on. Housing is it's at the top of the list, right? We've got a handful of things that we know we've got to make progress, and I have to be able to show results for my residents. So everything that I'm reading, everything that I'm looking at, everything that I'm assessing for whether it's at the county board, whether it's at waste management, whether it's at seaside groundwater, whatever space I'm in, there's sort of a lens by which I'm looking at everything. So housing is absolutely one of those lenses that every decision that I'm making is coming through that lens. I know that my colleagues who sit up here with me, you guys are seeing. Do share that lens because we talk about it all the time, and it is at the forefront of our conversations. So yes, I want to be supportive, and I agree that it would be great to be able to find some way to incorporate better analysis into our staff reports. How we do that, though, I guess is the question that I don't know how we more, how do we have a more structured approach to assessing economic impacts as we're adopting, whether it's a county ordinance, whether it's a policy or procedure. I don't know if there's a way that on a less structured or systematic way, is it that we just simply make a very clear request to all of our staff that as staff reports are being written, if there is an impact on housing, help call it out in the staff report. Don't leave it to be something that's left to be read in between the lines. If it's a staff report that's being written, and someone seeing something, sometimes there are questions that are, it's like, hey, guess what we're saying here without saying it, like call it out. And maybe that's the statement that comes from this. And I'm going to punt back to my colleague who put in the referral, but how do we weave this into the right space? I just need to be very clear, and I've said this every time we ask you to take on something new. I'm very concerned about adding additional projects to HCD in the absence of seeing the entire list of projects that HCD has before you, and being intentional about what are we crossing off your list in order to add something new. Because I have opinions about what doesn't get crossed off of that list. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo.
And I think I agree to a lot extent of Supervisor Askew. Craig, I think you need to be honest with us too, what works. And if Fresno County has some metric that makes it work easily, I'd like to see that. I think it's trying to do, if it could be done easily, but not add more work, because some of that could be seen as subjective, right? And when a project comes up or a policy comes up, and you say, well, this is going to hurt, or housing or whatever, then they could say, well, that's your opinion, but the board might have a different opinion there too, right? So it kind of puts you in that position, right? So if there's a metric to make it work easily, I'd like to see that. But I certainly concerned about the full plate that you and your staff have currently, and don't want to put you in a position for every specific project. Now you have to add some bigger analysis of how it might impact overall goals that we have in our county as well.
Yes.
So I'm the only one who hasn't jumped in yet. I agree with what everyone has said, as weird as that sounds. I believe we need a number. I don't know that it needs to be constant. I'm wondering if there is someone like a business council, an MBEP, an existing partner who might look at that we could give a small grant to and say, look at what we've already done and tell us what the impact has been of prior decisions, to tell us where we sit so we understand over the last 10 years what decisions have been made, 20 years, pick a time frame. And in that, we'll have a better picture of what we're talking about, and then can make a decision, right, of going forward. It's going to illuminate a lot, I think, about what those realities are on the ground. And again, speaking to the concerns about the department taking it on at a time when there might be structural or financial challenge, staffing challenges, all those pieces around cost recovery. I don't see how you cost recover this one in that big picture, right? And so I'm just curious more. It might be a better picture, an opportunity with the local, perhaps an educational institution, to take a look at what we've done and perhaps the speed of permitting and what our costs are versus other comparable counties. I could see it being more of a academic study on what has happened, looking backwards rather than attempting to look forward and see what's going to happen. And so in hearing both sides, that's kind of the compromise I have in my brain. One-time cost, let's find out what it is, what's happened, and when we know what the cost has generally been, there can be an inflation factor added moving forward. We can extrapolate what the cost may be of a future, and implications will be, I think, obvious given what comes from that. It's just a thought I want to throw out there for discussion.
I think it matters who that is, because some groups have their own advocacy agendas.
I do not disagree. I do not disagree. Supervisor Daniels.
So I hope I don't confuse anybody more by my question, but what kind of ordinances are we talking about? Because that's where I think I'm totally confused. I'm assuming we were talking about ordinances that you would see the clear connection between housing, like our short-term rental ordinance. But if you could just give me some examples of some of the ordinances we've enacted in the past that may need such sort of, this kind of legislative work is few and far between. So what are the ordinances we passed, just say in the last few years or 10 years, and help me understand where this would apply?
Yeah, so I'll come back to that in just a second, but we can fairly easily, without impact to our workload, add to things that HCD brings forward, ordinances that HCD brings forward, a brief analysis of what we believe to be the impacts. We can also potentially try and reach out and see if there's any interest in getting a study of what we have currently to better understand where those things are that maybe we should focus more on fixing. I was coming back to your question. And so one example is within last year, we adopted an agricultural mitigation ordinance that required 1.5, 2 times the impact for anyone who's developing agricultural land to mitigate for that impact. And the costs of the mitigation are fairly steep. So there is sometimes a good reason for discouraging or having policies that limit or make a little more difficult housing. And so knowing that is, I think, the thing that is important here. But that did and will have an impact on the housing that gets developed, if it gets developed on agricultural lands, because the costs of developing on that agricultural land has increased, because we now have a mitigation requirement that is costly and expensive to implement. So that's on one side of it. The other side is we're going to remove some barriers or provide more housing opportunity for things like ADUs in North County, where they're currently prohibited now. There is now a path for people to get permitted to build an ADU. So we can kind of foresee that, while there are still some hurdles involved, the major one that says you cannot do it is now gone. And so we will see more housing get developed, which overall, supply and demand kind of thing reduces some burdens and pressures on housing. So I think we're talking big picture about things that, increase the cost of developing housing, increase uncertainty for applicants who might be developers and getting into the first place. And we can address those kinds of things in our regulations, and they come up 8 times probably. I want to actually say 7, because restrictive covenants project, trying to think of what else we did last year alone, but all of them have kind of probably some tie, with a few exceptions that just will be neutral on whether or not it impacts housing. It won't, or it won't really have any direct tie.
And to give you just a couple, when I built my ADU, I was told if you'd applied 3 months earlier, you would have not been under the new LAMP rules. The cost of my septic went up 60%, right? 160% because of that rule change. So that was a direct impact to me. And there was one more that I had at the top of my mind that was just like an almost instant, right? But some of these pieces, you start to look at the pieces, they start to add up really quickly.
Just if I may, though, and again, that's a state LAMP we had to do because of state law. And so I guess going back to the ag mitigation ordinance example, and I think I'm agreeing with everything that's been said here, but you would have to talk about the impacts on housing as you present an ordinance on ag mitigation, right? Like, you would think that would be part of the conversation, and maybe I'm just being naive, but you're taking land and you're putting it in perpetual ag easement, therefore there won't be housing. I'm sorry, I'm missing something.
I think we are thinking about that. Ag mitigation, for instance, was required as general plan implementation. It's done multiple counties throughout the state. Protection of agricultural land is a resource, county values, and we want to protect. But I think it was more implicit in that discussion than explicit. And one of the things, we brought up the LAMP, the local agency management plan, that's environmental health. So, the added task for HCD would be, if you wanted us to review things like the LAMP brought forward by environmental health for housing impacts, that rather than having health do their own kind of analysis, which I don't know how well they're set up to do, then that would be added to our plate. And it may be anyway, if we make it a template that all departments have to follow, they'll likely reach out to us, whether it's officially assigned to us or not. So there is a little bit of an added task here for HCD that I do want to acknowledge. But for those things we bring forward, we're happy to make more explicit what we see as being the benefits or drawbacks to the impacts on housing of the things HCD brings forward ordinance-wise.
Back to Supervisor Church.
So, I can see the benefit in what Supervisor Lopez suggested here too, and looking back and seeing what we've done, because maybe we can learn where we're going in the future. But as I want to emphasize, this referral says nothing about HCD having to take up the chore on this. The true intention was that each department putting something forth can do that. It's some of these are just shouldn't be a heavy lift anywhere. We're talking about the septic systems here and everything. That's obviously going to be an impact on costs. But sort of going back to your comment here is that housing costs and this always come up in discussions. It doesn't always come up in discussions and here on the board. It isn't always in the board report. It isn't always something we talk about onto a board. And this is just kind of puts it a little more front and center. So really, Supervisor Askew was saying that, if there is the impact, it should be in the board report. Well, that's exactly what I'm suggesting. But we don't need a detailed analysis. We just need to see that it's there. And each department that is putting this forth really can analyze that. If we're doing something on a noise ordinance, that's not having any impact. But if we're requiring solar panels on every new house, yes, that's going to have an impact. Some of the things that have come up for some of the small water systems have been an extra burden upon them. It would be an extra burden on a water system, so it might lead to some minor costs that way. And that's really all we're trying to weigh into there at this point.
Or banning gas stoves, things like that.
So
Wow.
through the chair, if I may.
That's one of them.
Supervisor Askew.
So I think, thank you for the clarification comments. That's very helpful, because I think we were trying to understand what direction you were looking for. So maybe if we can ask the CAO, I know we have a template staff report, and maybe what we're asking for is on the staff report. And I don't think I've seen that template in a while, but there are questions that guide the preparation of that staff report. Maybe we ask the CAO to take a look at that staff report template and make sure that there's some reference question to, if there's impacts to housing, please call them out in the staff report. Would that get at what I hear? I think you asking?
That's basically what I'm saying there. How we want to arrange that. It just if it's going to have an impact on housing costs, we need to be aware of that.
So can we give that? Is that just sort of a conversational direction today? Is that something?
Direction to the CAO. It sounds like you're off the hook. So just one more piece tying into that, in agreement, if that's the direction we're going to go, having a standard, meaning either per project, or per house, or per unit, or per 100 square feet, right? So that, right, broadly speaking, for whatever that impact's going to be, because if not, you're going to have people saying per tree, per toad, like you're going to get units of measurement matter, right, when you break this down. So, yeah.
So the discussion that we've kind of had in terms of how it was done, it really is just for that thought to be part of the process, right? And so it would be a section entitled Impact on Housing Cost, and what we're asking folks to state is whether the impact is significant, minor, or no impact, and why. That would literally be it. But maybe 2 sentences would potentially cover that. But the idea is to have that discussion occur within the report. So that would be part of the template that I would work with board clerk, basically to update within the Legistar system. And, they identify one way or another. And if it's significant, then obviously having that discussion, how is it significantly impacting housing costs?
All right, so it sounds like we have direction. Is anybody concerned with that direction? I got a nod from Supervisor Church. Good. All right, I'm seeing all nods, so it sounds like we have some direction here. Thank you. With that, we'll open this up for public comment. Item 14. I don't see anybody in room coming forward. We'll look to Zoom. See no hands up going up via Zoom. We'll go ahead and close public comment on 14 and move forward with our CAO's comments.
Just a couple things. We are continuing to follow the discussion related to Moss Landing and some of the remediation that's going to be required on site. We are working with our partners and trying to send out information as it becomes available. What we will work towards is continuing to have context go out with that information, because we did receive some questions coming back. So we'll work on trying to make sure that we're a little more deliberate in how that information is going out. In addition to that, we have started the budget planning process, and we do have a workshop with the board that's scheduled, I believe, in April. So in the coming months, we'll be having, our staff is already working on it now, but it'll be moving fairly quickly, and then we will have budget hearings at the end of May. So just in terms of timing, just letting folks know we're already in the beginning of February, so things are moving fairly quickly. Thank you.
Couldn't believe it's over. There's usually the highlight of a board department. It's the highlight of my week, and now I don't get a. All right, I'm going to go ahead and start at my far left this week. Supervisor Daniels, this is a test. Your first week starting us off. Board comments.
They're not fully developed still, but I will say that if there are community members who are listening, and for my colleagues who may want to learn more about District 5, we are continuing to have meetings out in different parts of the district, and on February 28th from 3 to 5 p.m. at River Inn in Big Sur, we will have a community meeting. It's an opportunity for the community to meet the staff, to bring all of the concerns, questions, thoughts they have about that part of District 5, and then we'll be in Kashawa on Saturday, the 15th of March from 1 to 3 at the Kashawa Community Center. And please reach out. I have in my mind all the different places where I'd like to bring community meetings, but the residents of the community may have even better ideas. And so please reach out to our office and let us know.
Thank you. So we have a few things in District 2. Tonight, there is a community meeting put forth by the community on the Moss Landing battery plant fire at the in Castroville at the Japanese Schoolhouse, which is 11199 Giles Street. It's between 5:30 and 7. It's hosted by LULAC. And I know there's going to be some, I will be there. There will be some representatives from the health department, I believe from North County Fire as well. Then on Thursday, there's a community listening session on mental health with behavioral health at the Castroville Library between 6:30 and 8. I will be at that as well. And on Sunday is Super Bowl Sunday. The Prunedale Lions are having a tri-tip barbecue at the corner of Morrow Road and San Miguel Canyon, 9 to 4, or until they sell out. It's just too bad we don't have a team to root for, but at least you can get good tri-tip.
I was wondering if the Prunedale Lions were a team in the Super Bowl. I wasn't clear at first. I was like, wait, I thought they were in Detroit. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you, everybody. I just wanted to say that yesterday was a historic day for the immigrant community. It was a way to peacefully protest, not only throughout our county. I know there was events in Seaside, Salinas, Watsonville, Santa Cruz, Hollister, and many parts of California and throughout our nation. We joined in solidarity. We still work from home, but it wasn't a typical day at the office. We did close to show our solidarity with the community. And I want to really express how proud I am of the young people that protested peacefully. They really spoke up on behalf of their parents that can't speak up, their parents who are in fear and have anxiety, and some stayed home. And then those who did come out, some adults were out there as well. So we want to just commend our community that we was proud to see them do it in the right way and to use their voices to speak up for the most vulnerable in our county. I just wanted to also say that we're working hard. Me and my team and Supervisor Lopez's team are working hard for some upcoming forums. Our first will be next week. Last Sunday, my staff and over 24 volunteers started flyering, old school grassroots flyering at the churches, and we thank the Diocese of Monterey and all the local fathers for giving us the green light. We first started with all the masses at St. Mary's, right across Closter Park in East Salinas, and then Sacred Heart, just not too far from here. It was a total of 8 masses. I was there from 9 a.m. to 8:30 p.m., but we reached over 4,000 people we gave flyers to over 3,000 red cards, and we look forward to doing Madonna del Sasso and Cristo Rey after all the Spanish masses there too. And so we want to thank Father Freddie, Father Luis, and Father Kelly for giving us a green light, taking a photo with us and our volunteers. But this is all part of the outreach too. I think we're trying to connect with those who really could benefit from getting this information. And we look forward to doing the same in Greenfield, before Pájaro, and before Seaside as well. So we have Greenfield coming up the week after that. We got a date, February 19th, and then March 6th with Supervisor Church and Pájaro, partnering with Pájaro Valley Unified. Greenfield's with Greenfield USD. And then Supervisor Wendy and I just had a meeting with PK Diffendaw to partner with MPUSD for March 19th at Seaside High School. So we got our 4 forums to cover the 4 corners of Monterey County. And we look, and our part now is to get as many people out to benefit as well. So with that, I'll pass the mic.
Thank you. Supervisor Askew.
All right, I've got a couple things to announce. The Monterey County Behavioral Health is hosting listening sessions, I believe, in all 5 districts. And so they're really interested in hearing from community members what type of behavioral health, mental health supports you're receiving that you like, that are working, and where the gaps are. What kind of behavioral health, mental health supports are we not getting out into the community, where those gaps are. So in addition to the in-person meetings that are being held all week, I'll be hosting an online Zoom meeting on Wednesday, February 5th from 6:30 to 8 p.m. on Zoom. Just prior to that, from 5 to 6 p.m., we'll have our first Wednesdays with Wendy of the year. That will be on Facebook Live and Zoom. And I'm having Adriana Melgoza from Watsonville Law Center join me. Adriana's been doing many of the Know Your Rights workshops. This won't be a Know Your Rights workshop, but it'll be a chance for Adriana to talk about the work that Watsonville Law Center is doing and to share some of the resources that are available for folks who are concerned and want to be able to share information about resources for our immigrant community and immigrant neighbors. I did want to take just a moment to reflect on Black History Month. The theme for 2025 Black History Month is African Americans and labor. I hope that we are all considering the theme and the focus on the varied and profound ways that work and working families of all kinds that free and unfree, skilled and unskilled vocational and voluntary labor intersect with the collective experiences of Black people. Recognizing that Black people's work has been transformational and foundational to the growth of this country. Like religion, social justice movements, and education, studying African Americans' labor and labor struggles is even more critical today as the historical forces of racial oppression gather new and renewed strength in this country. So need to be very clear that is something that we've been talking a lot about in my office. I also just want to recognize that there, as my colleagues are working with our ad hoc committee, that there is quite a bit of fear and uncertainty and confusion in the community when it comes to people feeling safe being out and about. At our schools, we have many children who are being kept home because they don't feel safe being at school. The concerns about federal agents being in the county this last weekend has caused many people to not want to be out and about. And I just want to, I've asked, but that our ad hoc committee and our local cities really think about how we can have communication planning that is proactive so that people don't have to wait to hear rumors in the community, but that there are ways that we can find to communicate with residents so that they have accurate, timely information when there are reasons that they may need to take actions to keep them or their family members safe. So encouraging the ad hoc committee to think about how we can do that as a region, and encouraging each of our cities to think about how they can do that as a local community. Also wanted to just say thank you to those folks that are organizing for the local rapid response regions. And if you have questions or need resources or are having trouble finding your way, I know that 211 has access to the Monterey County website for Know Your Resources or Know Your Rights, can help you navigate, or you're welcome to call any one of our offices or the county, and we can help you navigate. And we look forward to being of whatever support we can. So thank you so much for the opportunity to share.
Supervisor, do you want to announce the rapid response training this Saturday in your district?
Yeah, do you have it up?
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is our ad hoc encourages our community members to go to the Monterey County Rapid Response Legal Observation Training for rapid responders. And this goes to Supervisor Askew's last point, because these are community members who want to get involved. They want to be the eyes and ears of the community. They established a hotline so that when people do see a sighting, these trained volunteers can get there and be just legal observers from a distance. So they're trained to do that. What are the rights and responsibilities to do that? But so that they can actually get photos and video, so that instead of rumors flying around like we've been hearing the last 4 weeks, none of them were true up until last weekend in Seaside and Salinas. But this helps verify, right? That's an important part. Plus, it helps our community engage and be able to help. To that point, I just wanted to say Seaside was great because they put out the information. It was good information because it said they only went after 2 people with violent histories. That's good to know that there were no arrests at all in the end, and that no collateral arrest of non-targeted people were done. Salinas was a little bit more difficult because I wish we could have had a similar communication. Trust me, I tried, but that's really up to the police chief here. How he gets the information and how he wants to share it with other trusted community members, but it would help. Ultimately, yesterday, Mayor Donahue got on KSBW, and he gave some additional details that it was only 2 other targeted people, that no arrests were made in Salinas, but it took a couple days to get that out in the community. Having it out sooner does help, and it does alleviate fears to know that they only went after 2 people, no arrests were done. That's an important info as well. So we hope to improve our communications, but that's what some of our partner jurisdictions, their willingness to share information as they get it. But we want to encourage them to do that, because it would alleviate a lot more stress getting it out as soon as possible. That's it.
Thank you. So sticking with the Know Your Rights theme, this Friday the 7th, there'll be a Know Your Rights forum in Gonzales. Details of that are up on my Facebook page for anybody looking for that. On the Rapid Response Network, there'll be a training on the 21st that I'm partnering with a bunch of partners to bring to Soledad. That'll be at the Hartnell campus. That'll be an evening as well from 6 to 8 on the 21st. So sharing that just came together today. Tonight will be the Mental Health Services Act Community Forum listening session in King City. So from here, I'm headed down there to help that and participate in the forum itself. So if anybody's out there and wants to join us, it'll be at the King City Chambers for their city council. So invite folks to join us for that. Want to acknowledge on the 13th will be the ATP kickoff. That's Active Transportation Grant. We got that big grant for San Ardo. So we're finally going to hit the community with some big planning as we prep to spend those dollars we were able to get from the state. So I want to encourage community in San Ardo to join us on the 13th. On a different front, we were able to secure a sewer grant as well for the community of Chular. A lot of folks are unaware that the limiting factor for Chular has been lack of sewer capacity. We've had several developers buy land within town and then have been unable to develop it because there's no sewer capacity. Well, we finally got a grant from the state for about $2.5 million to assess what can be done and what the best path forward is in order to move that community forward. I want to thank Randy and his team for making that one possible. That was great news. And lastly, I want to share something that got me a little emotional. Last week, I shared with you all that we continue to fight for South County's broadband efforts for the JPA's funding with Golden State Connect at the CPUC. And we sent out a blast across the state to a lot of our friends. And I walked in a little blind, not knowing who was going to show up for us for that hearing. And I had Mayor LaBarre, Mayor Velasquez join us, which were sort of expected because we prepped them with talking points. But then we had representatives from the counties of Trinity, Calaveras, Yuba, Sutter, Tehama, Amador, Modoc, Tulare, Alpine, Solano, Lake, Nevada, as well as a coalition of nonprofits from the Sierras join us and speak on behalf of our project and talk about the importance of it to the CPUC. They've still not made a decision. We're still raising the pressure slowly, and just know that I think we're on the cusp, but having that many partners speak for us was a little shocking. I got a lot of texts that evening saying, how did you get people from all over the state to speak for Monterey? So I want to thank them all for showing up for our communities. It was truly heartfelt and an amazing response to that call to action. So thank you all. With that, I'm going to go to County Council to see if there's anything to report out of closed session.
No reportable actions.
And then in order to take us to our adjourn in memory, I'm going to go to Supervisor Daniels.
Okay, not knowing exactly how this goes, we are adjourning in memory today in memory of Butch Cronland. And Butch Cronland was a really important member of the Big Sur community. He passed away peacefully on Saturday. And if I can just share a little bit about Butch, he and his wife Patty were living in Cambria in since I think the 1970s. But in 1989, he was awarded the contract or the bid to do the concrete work for the Post Ranch Inn, and that's what brought him up to Big Sur more regularly. And as many people do, fell in love with Big Sur, and he and his wife moved full-time to Big Sur in 1994. And as you may or may not know about Big Sur, with our Big Sur Multi-Agency Advisory Council meetings, with our land use plan, there is a sense of sort of self-governance, and that's historic because there was a time that Big Sur was going to become federalized, and the community responded with the land use plan and other mechanisms for really self-governance. And that's all possible because of people like Butch Cronland. And so one of the things he did while still working as a contractor was become the president of the CPOA, which was the Coast Property Owners Association at the time. Their dedication, their work was to preserving Big Sur's character. Once it really became clear that mission needed to expand to providing for the health and the safety and the welfare of the actual community members and doing things like producing housing, et cetera, it became the Community Association of Big Sur with Butch Cronland as the first ever executive director. And just so much work that's been done on behalf of the people and the environment by people like Butch, and Butch is going to be tremendously missed by the community. And in his memory, it's just really important, I think, for everyone to remember the role we play in our community. And when change is needed, when work is needed to be done, who better than ourselves for picking up that mantle and doing that work? So it's with great sadness, but I do know that Butch's memory will be a true blessing, and he will be greatly missed.
Thank you, Supervisor. And again, in the memory of Butch Cronland, we're
adjourning this meeting in the memory of Butch Cronland.
Thank you very much.